It's Mr. Stian Nordungen Christensen. And are you ready with the pre-recorded address?
I am Pastor of Norway.
Let me move on to our first session, which is on supporting the peaceful application of nuclear science and technology in Africa through institutional regulation and regional and international cooperation. Our panelists this morning are someone who I've already introduced, Mr. Masoud Balumer. I have to apologize for my pronunciation because I think I got that wrong. So I think I'm gonna ask for lessons on that. Who's the executive secretary of the African Commission on Nuclear Energy. He's been in this position since December 2018. He also represented Algeria as AFCON commissioner from 2011 to 2018. And before joining AFCON, he served as director for foresight studies and nuclear application at the Algerian Atomic Energy Commission since 1999. So this has been your life, in effect, executive secretary. The second panelist is Mr. Ali Ada, who will be joining virtually from is he from Niamey, from Niger, right? He's a medical physician. He's a former lecturer and assistant professor at the Faculty of Medical Sciences of Abdou Moumouni University of Niamey in Niger. He's also the former chief of the Department of Nuclear Medicine before he became director of the National Institute of Radioisotopes, also at the same university. As the current technical advisor at the High Authority of Nuclear Energy of Niger and the Afra national coordinator. And he's also the current chairperson of Afra. And our third panelist is Mr. Kamen Velichkov, who's also joining us virtually, who's from the International Center for Science and Technology at Nur-Sultan in Kazakhstan. He focuses on regional cooperation in the SADC region, and we've also he's also been one of our contributors to one of the papers that we have produced during the course of this project. He is the senior program manager and diplomatic advisor at the International Science and Technology Center. And there he oversees the EU-funded projects on non-proliferation in Africa and Central Asia, specifically. He's previously served as ambassador of Bulgaria to the Netherlands. He was permanent representative to the OPCW, ambassador to Thailand, head of the political section at the EU delegation in Kazakhstan, and also a visiting lecturer on foreign policy and diplomacy at universities in Kazakhstan, Belgium, Bulgaria, and the Netherlands. And as I said, he recently authored a paper for us on synchronizing nuclear governance in SADC member states through regional cooperation. So those are our panelists this morning. Let us then begin first with Mr. Balyumer, and we'll move, and then we'll switch to our other two virtual participants.
You might need to put this on mute, sorry, so that it doesn't, not this, but
thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth, and thanks to the South African Institute for International Cooperation for inviting AFCON to make this presentation and to communicate on peaceful use of nuclear energy. In preparation to this event, I in fact prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and yes, I believe so. Yeah. What's this? Okay. Yeah. So let me first maybe apologize. I will be a little bit longer than the time allocated for me. I used, in fact, to introduce the Pelindaba Treaty and to inform the audience about the framework in which we are working, and the different, in fact, the large mandate allocated to the to the African Commission on Nuclear Energy, according to the provision of the Pelindaba Treaty. This treaty is composed of 22 articles, 9 articles on state parties' obligations, from nuclear disarmament to safety, security, and safeguards, and peaceful use of nuclear energy. The Article 8 specifically focus on peaceful nuclear activities and encourage, in fact, the African Commission on Nuclear Energy to develop all efforts in cooperation with the IEA and Afra in what's happening. What's this?
Are you sharing the screen?
Yeah, I think so. It's sharing, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. It seems to be taking a few minutes to register because. But just see if you can. It's moving it, and you're not. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So
it don't work on full screen.
Okay. All right. Then maybe just
Yeah,
leave it
yeah,
like that.
yeah. Sorry. No, I need just to take out this.
Oh, no, that's...
I believe if from their side.
Yeah, that's...
It's from their side. Yeah. Well, so now currently we are 52 countries signatories to the Pelindaba Treaty and 44 state parties to the Pelindaba Treaty. The last or the recent African countries which ratified the treaty are the Democratic Republic of Congo last February and the Kingdom of Morocco last April. Our vision is totally coherent with the AFCON vision, is totally coherent with the African Union, of course, vision. Within our vision, we insisted on the safe and secure nuclear science and technology program for peaceful applications, targeting, of course, sustainable social and economic development according to the African Union Agenda 2063. AFCON is the only treaty body in Africa considered by the African Union as the unique specialized agency in Africa dealing with nuclear matters. We submitted to the last Conference of State Parties organized in March 2018 a strategic note from AFCON with a program of work focusing more on the applications of nuclear energy according to the priorities, of course, of our African countries, which for which the peaceful use are the priority, of course, in addition to the safety, security, and non-proliferation constraints or requirement. We prepared in 2019-2020 a strategic plan for 2021-2025. It was developed by AFCON Secretariat with the support of some experts, submitted to Afra, to the IEA, to FNRBA, and to the AFCON Commission for adoption, and it will be hopefully adopted next week by the 5th Conference of State Parties we are organizing in Addis Ababa from 17 to 18. In this strategic plan, we also insisted on the priority to give to peaceful use of nuclear energy, of course, as I said, in addition to the compliance of the state parties to nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation, safety and security provisions of the Pelindaba Treaty. These are the 3 pillars of the Pelindaba Treaty, and this is, in fact, the pillars on which the AFCON organized its work since 2018. The pillar 1 is on compliance and safeguards, of course, including nuclear disarmament, verification and safeguard. The pillar 2, safety and security, including the radiation, nuclear safety and nuclear security. And the pillar 3 is the promotion of nuclear science and technology in all the different fields. The cross-cutting issue is, of course, education and training and research and development in nuclear science and technology. AFCON is looking since, in fact, 2011 for synergy and optimization. The main question requested or asked by all the state parties and the signatories is the following. What's the added value of the Pelindaba Treaty, considering the support of the cooperation already provided by the International Atomic Energy Agency since 60 years, and in addition to the Afra agreement, which is operational since 90. Well, we are, I hope, demonstrating this added value since 2019 through the recognition of all our international and regional partners in accordance, of course, to the Pelindaba Treaty provisions. This is the AFCON dashboard showing all the 10 fields of activity of the Commission, and in the following columns, the African Union policies and programs, followed by the AFCON program of work, but also considering the United Nations and specific agencies programs, the IEA, Afra, and FNRBA. The stakeholders of AFCON are many, in fact, from, as I said, from the Conference of State Parties to the AFCON employees, to the African Union, the AFCON Commission, and the international partners, including the African end users of nuclear science and technology. All these aspects are developed in our strategic plan, which is available on the AFCON website. This is just 2 slides showing the coherency between the departments at the African Union Commission. The programs, they are the main programs dealing with, of course, socio-economic development of the African Union countries or members, and the link with the AFCON program. I put on red in the bottom, in fact, our formal vis-a-vis at the African Union Commission, which is the political affairs, peace and security due to the African nuclear weapon-free zones, but we are in fact cooperating and collaborating with the other partners. This is another slide showing our relationship with different other different offices and services at the African Union Commission. Regarding, I will be very brief on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. As I said, it's one of the main pillars of the Pelindaba Treaty and a requirement, in fact, for any development of peaceful use of nuclear energy in Africa, even at the national level. These are commitment of the state parties and each African countries. We are, in fact, doing our best to universalize the Pelindaba Treaty and its provisions through different actions at different levels with the IEA, with the Afra. In each communication AFCON delivered at the regional or international levels. In preparation to the 10th NPT review conference, we prepared already a working paper and the memorandum presenting the AFCON activities and the recommendation of AFCON to the next review conference, in order showing, in fact, for each of the 64 actions convened during the 2010, I believe, review conference, for each of these actions, what's the situation in Africa and how AFCON is addressing this convened action. We are, as I said, collaborating with the African Union organs and the peace and security departments, including the African Union Peace and Security Council, through a annual briefing to this Peace and Security Council on the implementation of the Pelindaba Treaty from 2018 to 2019, and the last one was during the 1071st meeting of the African Union Peace and Security meeting held on 31st of March. The communique the Council delivered is, of course, welcoming the progress made towards the implementation of the treaty and focus on the peaceful use of nuclear energy, requesting to develop more international cooperation, in particular with the IEA, which is the main partner till now, providing more than $25 million per year for Africa at the regional and national projects levels. Nuclear testing and CTBT, we are also collaborating or starting our collaboration with the CTBT in Vienna. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Executive Secretary, Prof. Johansi was attended this meeting, and we are launching, in fact, joint activities in the 2022 as an implementation of the practical arrangement signed last July 2021 cooperation practical arrangement between the two organizations. I will skip this slide, in fact, showing our efforts towards the promotion of the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons. Of course, the synergy is there, and it's part of our mandate to promote every UN instrument dedicated to nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. I really like this statement made by His Excellency, Her Excellency, Dr. Pandor last 1st March on the treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons, but the coherency and the complementarity between the international instruments from the NPT to the CTBT and this TPNW, including the Pelindaba Treaty. We are also cooperating with the sister nuclear weapon zones. We started with the Latin America and Caribbean, the OPANAL agency, which is mandated to implement this Latin American nuclear weapon free zones. We signed the memorandum of understanding with this OPANAL. We agreed to sign another memorandum of understanding with the Central Asian nuclear weapon free zones this year, hopefully before the NPT review conference or during the NPT review conference. The objective is to consolidate really the coordination between the nuclear weapon free zones as a support to the NPT provisions, but also to really assist and support the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs efforts in creating new nuclear weapon free zones, in particular in the Middle East. This is a slide showing the memberships of the African countries to the NPT, to the CTBT, to the Pelindaba Treaty, and to the treaty, the last treaty prohibiting nuclear weapons. We can note here there's some gaps. In fact, including for the Pelindaba Treaty, we have still 11 African countries which are invited to ratify the treaty, and more, in fact, for the new TPNW. And this is why we are encouraging all the African member states to participate to the first meeting of the parties to the TPNW organized next June in Vienna, including as observers, to contribute and to support the universalization of this treaty. Regarding nuclear non-proliferation, we are working closely with the IEA on nuclear safeguards. As you may know, the full responsibility in this field is between the country and the IEA through the signature of nuclear safeguards, comprehensive safeguards agreement. We are also working with UN Office of Disarmament Affairs and the Committee on 1540 resolutions to optimize our activities in implementing the resolution and the Pelindaba Treaty provisions. In addition to that, in fact, the AFCON Commission is following the status related to, for each African countries related to the engagement and the commitment of each country to NPT, to the membership to the IEA, to the Pelindaba Treaty, but also to the CTBT and other conventions and treaties under the auspices of the IEA, and following the reporting status to the UN 1540 committee. This matrix is allowing, in fact, AFCON to really identify the gaps for each state party and to see how to support these state parties to address these gaps in implementing through legislation, regulations, or other expertise at the national level to address these gaps. Well, on peaceful use of nuclear energy, these are just a reminder of the fields of activities we are trying to promote, starting by health. Of course, fighting cancer in Africa is one of the priority of AFCON since years now, and this is in fact the current priority for AFCON, in addition, of course, to the others: food and agriculture, through nutrition and food security, energy in promoting nuclear power according to the climate change international policies and guidelines, in industry through trade and industry, in particular for the radioisotope production for health programs, but also non-destructive testing and uranium mining, which is in fact important for Africa, considering that we are one of the main exporters of uranium in the world. More or less 20% of the production is from Africa. As I said before, these applications need to be in compliance with nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation commitment of the peaceful use of nuclear energy. Since 2019, we organized different events, more in virtual format, but the first event we organized in 2020, in February 2020, is the conference with Wilton Park, kindly supported financially by Canada, and in fact organized to prepare and to deliver a report to the 10th NPT review conference. The report is available on our website and on the Wilton Park's website. We are strengthening our collaboration with the African Union Commission, with the Education, Science and Technology ST, the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Education, Science, Technology and Innovation recognized the role of AFCON in 2019 and mandated AFCON to develop education, science and nuclear science and technology in close cooperation, of course, with the IEA and Afra through AFRANEST. The Infrastructure and Energy Department, we participated to the expert and ministerial meeting of the Specialized Technical Committee, and the same ministerial committee mandated also AFCON to promote as much as possible the safe introduction of nuclear power in Africa in accordance to the international nuclear safety standards and in cooperation with the IEA and other providers of nuclear technology and African Union strategic partners. In health, as I said, the focus is on, of course, fighting cancer and in trade and in industry. We organized a webinar, including with the kind support by Mr. Kamen Belishkov from Kazakhstan, as considering Kazakhstan as one of the main also exporters of these resources in the world, and according to the experience of this of Kazakhstan and the Central Asian nuclear weapon free zones parties in this field. For the first time, in fact, the AFCON prepared for the 5th Conference of State Parties 3 reports on peaceful use of nuclear energy in Africa, on nuclear safety and security in Africa, and nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. These reports are submitted to the 5th Conference of State Parties for approval, and it will be, in fact, a tradition to prepare annually this report based from, of course, the state parties' national reports, but also from expert consultant, AFCON expert consultant hired by AFCON in order to prepare the actual status each year in this field. We also refer to the IEA and Afra reports in this field. Just 2 or 3 slides on this peaceful use of nuclear energy, starting by health. This slide is showing really the burden the cancer is creating in Africa, and the efforts of the World Health Organization in this field, and the webinar we organized with the IEA, Aortic, and the African Union Commission, and the IEA, of course, last September 2021, before the General Conference, promoting, of course, the peaceful use of nuclear energy, radiotherapy, nuclear medicine, medical physics, and radiation safety for fighting cancer. The recommendation or the outcome of this important meeting is to in fact addressed to the African Union Commission in order to integrate fully and explicitly fighting cancer in the African Health Strategy 2030. You know, maybe you heard about this initiative from the IEA, launched last February 2022 during the African Union Summit, Race for Hope in fighting cancer for all, and the challenges Ambassador Grossi is targeting during his mandate in this field, in particular in Africa. Regarding energy, we know that more or less 60% of the population of the sub-Sahara of Africa does not have access to electricity, and this is really a problem for the development. We know also that since several years now, since 2010, more or less, the third of the 30 countries, more or less 12 African countries, are interested in cooperating with the IEA in this field, in energy planning, and some are in advanced stage in preparing their countries to integrate in their energy mix nuclear power. Of course, South Africa is one of these. In addition, in order to complete its or to complement its nuclear power program, but Egypt is also very engaged in this, signing a contract with Rosatom for 4 gigawatt for the next years. But well, we have, of course, advanced one. Ghana, Nigeria are the following, and others are at the planning stage. As I said, the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Energy mandated AFCON to promote this energy and to promote safety and security in integrating this energy in Africa. We are working closely with the Department of Infrastructure and Energy in order to create this regional regulations in order to coordinate our activities and to allow and to support the African countries in integrating this energy in the continent. Regarding nuclear science and technology, I already mentioned this support by the Specialized Technical Committee. We have more or less 10 research reactors in Africa, mainly allocated to education, science, technology, and research, but in preparation to the integration of nuclear power in the future in the energy mix of these countries. Afra, under Afra, there is a project which is allowing and encouraging sharing these resources with the other African countries which don't have research reactors. We are launching with the support, the kind support of South Africa, Itemba Labs in Cape Town, which represent, in fact, the leader in Africa in particular accelerators, a network of African countries operating this infrastructure in order to share also this important infrastructure for education, science and technology, and research and development with the other countries interested in this field. Capacity building, it's in the heart of AFCON, of course, in nuclear science and technology. We are collaborating and cooperating with the IEA, Afra, and FNRBA in order to optimize our resources. And we organize an important meeting, including with the participation of Ambassador Grossi and all the leaders and organizations dealing with this last year. And the main outcome is to create a continental nuclear science and technology specialized institute within the Pan-African University. We are closely collaborating with the Department Education, Science and Technology and Innovation at the African Union Commission in order to implement, to start, in fact, discussing with the Pan-African University and implement this recommendation. In fact, it's a consolidation of what is existing already. Afra, of course, started this activity since years. I was in the Afra program management since 2000, more or less, and we identified different regional designated centers in this field, two for delivering master in nuclear science and technology, one in Ghana, the other one in Egypt, but there is others delivering training in radiation safety, the program PGUC, the postgraduate education in radiation safety in Morocco, Algeria, Ghana, and yeah, this all. Two for Francophone countries and one for the Anglophone countries. Of course, we are also participating to the African or Russia-Africa Youth Forum annually organized. Russia is promoting through Rosatom its nuclear technology in Africa and already signing several agreements with different countries, and of course investing a lot in capacity building at the master or PhD levels in nuclear science and technology in order to assist and support the countries. Gender and youth in nuclear, it's one also of our priorities. Women in nuclear Africa, well represented here by Professor Sohair. We are jointly organizing different webinars in promoting or highlighting, in fact, the role the women are playing in Africa, in particular in this field, from health to industry to safety and to managing nuclear centers or university institutes. Youth, it's not necessary to insist on this. This is the future of Africa, and we believe that we cannot develop any program, in particular in peaceful use of nuclear energy, without involving fully youth participation in this field. Ownership, AFCON is compiling, in fact, an expert roster in nuclear science and technology, requesting all the state parties to share with AFCON Secretariat the CVs of their experts, and involving in fact this expert and inviting them to participate to all the AFCON activities and hiring them in different fields to support the AFCON activities. In creating new regional centers of excellence, we targeted 2 fields in which Afra or IEA have not yet implemented these centers. We targeted nuclear safeguards and nuclear safety and security, more focused on nuclear safety. We already identified and selected 4 centers, 2 in nuclear safeguards in South Africa and Algeria, and 2 in nuclear safety, the NNR in South Africa and the COMENA in Algeria. I will conclude in 2 minutes, if you allow me. Just one slide related to our international cooperation. We all know that for AFCON, which is a very young and small organization, we need really to develop our partnership and our cooperation with our international partners. And we started with the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs, the IEA, of course, with the CTBTO, with Rosatom representing Russia, which is one of the African Union strategic partners, with India, which is also another strategic partner for the African Union, but also with the nuclear weapon-free zones, as I said, with OPANAL, with ISTC, represented today here by Mr. Kamen Velishkov, which in fact really prepared this memorandum and assisted a lot in its signature, with ESARDA, which is representing the European Commission and GRC, and Afra, represented today by Dr. Ali. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, we are, just as a reminder, we are fully engaged in integrating all the AFCON activities, in fact, all the provisions of the Pelindaba Treaty within the African Union Commission, different departments, from the Political Affairs, Peace and Security with the African Union Peace and Security Council, to the infrastructure and energy, agriculture, etc. The objective is really to integrate these nuclear programs in each department, allowing the African Union Commission and the African Union organs to integrate also these activities in all these symposium and international meetings and conferences and summits with the African Union strategic partners. The objective is also, of course, to mobilize resources through this integration of our activities within the African Union Commission. We consider that Africa has a pivotal role to play in each of the provisions of the Pelindaba Treaty, including nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation, safety, security, and peaceful use of nuclear energy. Of course, these are the 5, in fact, really important argument supporting this role which could be played by Africa. We are, in fact, here recommending to prioritize the sustainability of the national policies, social development strategies, plans of programs. We believe that we cannot really build a strong regional program without strong national policies and strong national programs to be shared and to be successfully implemented. Of course, we mentioned here the UNDAF and the country cooperation program framework developed by the IEA and signed by the IEA. We are encouraging the national academic institution to integrate nuclear science and technology. In fact, it was a recommendation and the decision adopted by the African Union since 2007, but still we have some challenges to implement that and to develop and strengthen the bilateral and regional cooperation through technical cooperation among developing countries. Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for being long.
Absolutely. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. I think the point about AFCON, and it was important to allow you to go through all of the programs, is about how what a critical role it can play more broadly on some of the key developmental challenges of the continent. But I think what is also important to note, and I'm not a nuclear specialist, I'm more in IR and African governance and institutions. I think what we can be justly proud of as a continent, particularly at this particular juncture when other global institutions are being challenged and being eroded, is the important initiatives that Africa has taken over the last couple of decades in actually building up an institutional infrastructure, not only for peace and security issues. You mentioned APSA, the African Peace and Security Architecture, but indeed also more broadly for developmental issues. And AFCON, I think, straddles both. You say it's a small team, and I think this, we should be advocating for AFCON to actually be capacity. I think AFCON, the African Union Development Agency, these are all, I think, important institutions that can drive some of the development challenges. And we often don't think necessarily always about nuclear science in the way that we should. Of helping us deal with some of the challenges that we face. And I think one last point, again, sort of reflecting on the last 2 years of the pandemic and of the importance of science and research, which certainly South Africa has shown how important that is in terms of a global contribution. I think building up our science and innovation in this respect, not just in South Africa and in Algeria, but across the continent, developing those networks and linkages is absolutely crucial. And I think you've highlighted some of those points that AFCON is working on together with international partners. Let me move then on quickly. I'm not sure of the technical aspects of it, but let me move on to Mr. Aliada, who is joining virtually from Niger. He's the chair, Afra chair, African Regional Cooperation, a cooperative agreement for research, development and training related to nuclear science and technology. Isabel? Is Ali on the screen? Is he on the? Okay, let's go. Let's move on to Kamen, Mr. Kamen Velichkov. I've already introduced him from the International Center for Science and Technology. Yes, there he is. He's joining us from Nur-Sultan in Kazakhstan. Welcome again, and thank you for being with us and for being patient with some of our technical challenges. Over to you, Kamen.
Thank you. Esteemed Professor Elizabeth Sideropoulos, Executive Secretary Masoud Bayomer, Professor Johansi van Dijk, dear participants, I'm delighted to take part in today's wonderful event that crowns SAIA's Atoms for Development project, funded by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Through it, SAIA has worked in an admirable way to strengthen African nuclear governance and to facilitate peaceful nuclear applications. In passing, I will point out that Norway is an active state party to the International Science and Technology Center. The center itself recently implemented several successful projects in Africa, through which the European Union supported various African-led initiatives. For example, the observations I would like to share today are based on the findings from a project funded by the EU Instrument for Nuclear Safety Cooperation, Untitled Support to the Southern African States in Nuclear Safety and Safeguards, for short, the EU SADC project. I wish to underline that the external assistance and support, particularly those provided by the European Union through ISTC or otherwise, is and should remain consonant and aligned with the objectives African partners choose to pursue and deem necessary for their development goals, including several of the SDGs. I believe that AFCON Executive Secretary Masoud can testify that it is the African side that sets the agenda on the Memorandum of Cooperation between AFCON and ISTC, he kindly mentioned in his remarks, and as well as the plan of action that was signed recently. ISTC is called upon to do nothing more and nothing less than to support the progress of African partners along the road they have embarked on. That is the reason why I wish to advocate before you for the regional action plan adopted by the SADC Nuclear Regulators Network last month at the meeting at Victoria Falls. As an African-inspired and African-driven roadmap, it deserves every kind of external support and recognition. While speaking on the eve of the NPT review conference to be finally convened in New York this coming August, I cannot help but emphasize the utmost importance of the treaty as a cornerstone of the contemporary system of international relations. Recent events in Ukraine have rekindled talks about nuclear arsenals, awakening memories in current and former possessor states of the existential threat that such weapons pose. Under these circumstances, the African example of commitment to the peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology acquires even greater importance as it shows a way towards ending nuclear proliferation. Africa is the world's largest nuclear weapon-free zone, established by the Pelindaba Treaty, and is familiar with the destructive consequences of nuclear weapons testing. Scholars of nuclear diplomacy have repeatedly pointed out that South Africa and probably also Kazakhstan have yet to receive due international recognition for having voluntarily bid farewell to nuclear arms. I want to commend also the Norwegian MFA for yet another project it had launched, namely building capacity on multilateral verification of nuclear disarmament in Africa. The green paper it produced, entitled Towards an African Nuclear Disarmament Verification Research and Innovation Hub, convincingly demonstrates that the Republic of South Africa disposes with unique experience in the verification that could and should be made use of. I will turn now to debrief you about the activities under the EU SADC project. They were centered on the key concepts of safety and safeguards, aspiring after equity across generations and countries. This objective integrated several different viewpoints or dimensions, namely normative and institutional, informed stakeholders' involvement, full compliance with the relevant multilateral agreements. The continental nuclear safety and security that Executive Secretary Masoud spoke about constitutes the prerequisite for nuclear energy sustainability and peaceful applications of radioactive material. With global energy demand rising, nuclear energy can help ensure access to affordable, reliable, and low-carbon energy. SADC member states have adopted different approaches to nuclear energy and radioactive applications. Half of all SADC members have uranium deposits and intend to make use of them for export revenues. Traditionally, uranium has been looked upon as a valuable export commodity rather than a potential source of energy. Currently, South Africa remains the only African state to operate a nuclear power plant. The Koeberg NPP, the exploitational longevity of which is expected to be prolonged even further. However, the advent of SMRs may yet facilitate the spread of nuclear power elsewhere. Perhaps that is one of the reasons why the African Union commodity strategy views Africa's uranium resources as a driver for economic development and for a competitive African market associated with the uranium nuclear energy value chain. This viewpoint is particularly valid for the SADC region. The topics surrounding nuclear governance in Southern Africa have acquired increasing importance and urgency. The use of nuclear applications is growing exponentially throughout the region in various industries such as agriculture and in medicine. Against this background, ISTC sought to empower the nuclear regulators, enhancing the capacity of Africa's nuclear governance institutions and official oversight bodies. For a variety of reasons, SADC countries may be classified into three groups: the standalone South Africa with its well-developed nuclear industry, the 10 countries that have declared their interest and have established nuclear regulatory frameworks, and also the 5 smaller countries and island states whose interest is mostly limited to specific applications. A key factor is the ability of the regulators to involve various stakeholders in policy formulation and normative work, not only institutional partners, but also informed civil society participants, especially the youth and women's organizations, as well as the industry and the professional associations. The issues are not limited to public concerns over the use of nuclear energy or public reactions towards it, either approval or disapproval. At stake is the sustainability of nuclear safety and security culture itself in a broader meaning of this term. The younger professionals are capable of carrying it to higher levels and passing it on. We are proud with the results of the EU SADC projects in this regard. The speakers sitting on the next panel of today's conference may bear witness to this judgment. Palelve, the president of the African Young Generation in Nuclear, is well aware that ISTC supported all 3 African Youth Nuclear Summits and insisted on knowledge sharing and transfer between people he used to describe as early morning and late afternoon generations of experts. Pamela may tell you how we carried out training and workshops jointly with the Kenyan Young Generation in Nuclear. ISTC was among the first to welcome the Africa for Nuclear podcasts of Princess. We are proud and that quarter of our trainees under the SADC projects were women, and they were the leaders of the working group that authored the regional analysis and recommendations. Some of their findings rightfully suggest that it is analytically possible to respond to the external challenges by region building rather than solely by domestic efforts. International transport is a major driving force for the synchronization of regulations and policies. It suggests the necessity for similar, if not identical, approaches to emergency transportation-related preparedness on monitoring and control of the transportation process. The MOU between the DRC and Zambia is a notable example of mutually agreed information exchange on transboundary movements of radioactive material. ISTC tried to encourage this cooperative approach by deploying a web-based platform called Information Tracking System in 8 SADC member states that allows exchange of relevant data and monitoring in timely and consistent manner. Its server is in Pretoria, and we hope that NNR will ensure the sustainability of this IT tool and hopefully its future expansion. But our greatest hope rests with the SADC Nuclear Regulators Network, the specialized cooperative mechanism for action plan for which I invited support earlier. Following the European model, SADC may assist those of its members states that are able and willing to engage in enhanced cooperation in harmonization of legal and institutional frameworks for radiation safety, while keeping the doors open for other member states to join at a later stage. This moment seemed to be opportune given the commitment to the regional infrastructure strategic development plan proclaimed by the SADC Executive Secretary Elias Magosi. However, for this desired objective to materialize, a 4-part cooperative mechanisms might be needed, including Afra, AFCON, the FNRBA, and SADC. As stated at the very topic of today's event, any conclusions about the state of the current position of nuclear science and technology in Africa should be spelled out loud and clear. The prospects and the mapping of the way ahead could only be defined in an open, inclusive, and constructive debate, such as the one Saya was so kind to organize for us today. And I thank you.
Hello? Yes. Thanks very much, Kamen. I'm still grappling with the technology. Thank you very much, I think, for highlighting a number of very important points, both in terms of what is happening in our region, but also some of the broader sort of considerations at the continental level. I think your point about Africa having large uranium deposits and being an important uranium supplier and sort of stopping to reflect a little that this is also something that we can use rather than it's just for export, I think in the broader context is important, and indeed also the AU commodity strategy. And I think some really important examples also in the case of Zambia and the DRC in terms of transboundary arrangements and so on. Thanks very much. We'll come back to you with questions once we've heard from Ali, who I understand is online. So without further ado, Aliada from who's joining us from Niger. Okay. If he's battling, maybe I should pose a couple of questions in the interim while Ali tries to sort out his technical issues. Perhaps there are quite a few questions for you, Mr. Masoud, if I can pose them to you. We've picked up some questions from the chat. And there are, and certainly we'd be happy to also get questions from the audience here. Some of the questions relate to, well, let me start with the political one. The Russia-Ukraine war has exposed the vulnerability of nuclear power plants during armed conflict. Has AFCON considered the vulnerability in the African context, and can you comment on it? Let me pose a couple more questions. In your assessment, what are the challenges cited by AU member states regarding ratification of the ban of the treaty, of the nuclear ban treaty? And what are the strong and weak areas in the implementation of the Pelindaba Treaty, especially in terms of nuclear safety, security, and safeguards? And lastly, how do African member states see the role of civil society in assisting and speeding up with the ratification of the nuclear ban treaty in their respective states? The questions are here as well, so you don't have to write them.
Thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth. For the first one, of course, the AFCON Commission is worrying as all the world. In fact, what is happening in Europe and the new situation created by this war. But in Africa, you know that the only, in fact, nuclear power plant is in South Africa, in Cape Town. The situation is really important at the international level. It's maybe not very urgent for Africa now, but it's important for the NPT, for the consideration of the importance of the nuclear risks highlighted by Africa as a continent and all the African Union member states since years now, and justifying the entry into force of the treaty banning nuclear weapons. In fact, our focus, as I said, as a young and a small organization in AFCON, is to develop every effort in addition on the IEA effort, Afra efforts, in order to develop in Africa at the national and regional level capacities in nuclear safety and security. It's one of the obligations of the state parties to the Pelindaba Treaty, but we need to address this challenge at the regional level, at the political level, from the African Union Commission, with our leaders, with our head of states, and highlighting the importance of this issue, in particular due to the conjuncture. What about the second question?
The second
Sorry.
question was really the challenges that AU member states cite regarding ratification of the nuclear ban treaty.
A nuclear ban treaty.
Yeah, the nuclear ban. The TPNW, right?
Yeah. But well, as I said, we have already some challenges with the Pelindaba Treaty. We have 11 African member states to convince and to sensitize in order to ratify the Pelindaba Treaty. And I believe we are in doing a good progress in this. the importance is to, as I said before, to demonstrate the added value of the Pelindaba Treaty. And thanks to God, we are now really recognized as an African, as a continent which could play this role with 55 countries at the international level, in New York, in Geneva, in Vienna, and of course in other capitals dealing with nuclear disarmament, non-proliferation, and safety and security, etc. But we believe that the ratification of this treaty is just, in general, an administrative issue. It's not a policy issue in general. I said, apart one or two African member states which have some political challenges, in particular in the Middle East. The treaty banning nuclear weapons is entered into force in January 2021. So it's too early, in fact, to speak about challenges. The ICANN is doing a lot. The UN Office of Disarmament Affairs is doing a lot in informing, sensitizing. This is why AFCON, in fact, joined this effort in promoting during our webinars, during our commemoration event, inviting systematically the High Representative from the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs and the ICANN Executive Director to contribute and to highlight the importance of this treaty. And through our joint communique with OPANAL, inviting, in fact, the African countries and all the UN member states to ratify this treaty. And we are, as I said, encouraging with the African, including during our briefing to the African Union Peace and Security, encouraging all the African countries to participate to the first meeting of parties. DIRCO this week organized a meeting with International Red Cross. Yeah, a meeting on this, and also encouraging all the African members to participate, including as observers. Somebody said not as spectators, but observers and active actors in promoting and maybe preparing and sharing information on how to ratify and get the guidelines in order to be party to this treaty. So I believe there is no serious challenges for the African country, because I have shared this slide showing the coherency of the international instrument related to nuclear disarmament, from the NPT, CTBT, Pelindaba Treaty, and the last one. So,
and then maybe just on civil society and sort of the willingness or not to engage, I think, with civil society to speed up the ratification process. Is there a role for civil society?
Yeah, of course. No, of course. And I believe this civil society is doing a lot already in this, including in preparation in 2014 with the African group in Vienna, and focusing on humanitarian impact of this treaty. And thank you.
Thanks very much. Is Ali okay to speak? Ali, have you managed to tackle your audio issues? Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
nice.
Yes, I can.
I apologize.
So, Ali, would you like to start?
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's lovely to have you. And thanks for hanging in there with your technical issues. Excellent. Great. Now we can see you too. Ali, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Would you like to? Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Bosman. For you, I address my thanks and apologize for this problem, also for disconnection. But many thanks for this kind invitation at this important event. The advantage of peaceful nuclear science and technology applications is not well known in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan countries, except maybe yours, South Africa. So I think such meetings with the opportunity of exchange on the subject are welcome. The subject of my presentation is to inform the assistants briefly about Afra. Before presenting Afra, I remind you it's a redundancy to say that nuclear and science technology can participate to the achievement of some 8 SDGs. I select 9 from these 70 SDGs of United States and United Nations. And also, I think some of goals regarding the African Union Agenda 2063 can be reached with participation of NST. Regarding Afra, it's an agreement, international intergovernmental agreement established by African member states to strengthen and enlarge the contribution of nuclear science and technology to socio-economic development on our continent. This agreement entered in force on 4 April 2019. And still now, for this first agreement, 44 member states adopt the agreement. But a new one was adopted in Vienna in September 2019. And in December, we will have a next high-level policy. But the last one, who was held in Aswan during November 27, adopted Aswan Declaration and addressed actually the actual plan action of Afra. Afra mandate is a full regional approach to sustainable development Afra skills by maximizing the utilization of available infrastructure and expertise in Africa and in the field of nuclear science and technology. To accelerate moves towards regional self-sufficiency in peaceful applications of nuclear techniques by establishing and strengthening necessary infrastructure, coordinating intellectual and physical resources, and disseminating innovative methods and practice cost efficiency. And also deepen the commitment of member states to the application of nuclear science and technology for their socio-economic development. Afra vision to be the leading regional organization in Africa and vehicle of the member states for the effective promotion and coordination of peaceful applications and nuclear science and technology for socio-economic development on our continent. The mission is based on the social context and the economic goals of its member states. Afra is to develop capacity, establish and facilitate through regional cooperation, the use infrastructure to exploit nuclear science and technology applications safely and effectively in order to meet the challenges of sustained communal socio-economic development of the African continent. The main strategic goals of Afra are to enhance the sustainable contribution of NST for the development needs and interests of member states. I give example of SDG and goals of agenda of African continent. To encourage the culture of mutual assistance and regional cooperation in the effective utilization of available expertise and infrastructure. And also to deepen the culture of nuclear safety and security at national and regional levels in the gainful exploitation of NST. The fourth goal is to interact with and create awareness among decision makers, civil societies, users, and general public on the peaceful application of NST. To institute also good governance and excellence in management of the activities in the region. How Afra can achieve these strategic goals? The main strategy are to the establishment of relevant institutional linkage and mechanism for cooperation and coordination in the area of NST, information communication technologies, and institutional sustainability, with a particular attention to the challenges facing especially the least developed country. To develop also and implement appropriate systems for human resources development, nuclear knowledge management and preservation, and skills acquisition and retention. And also to harmonize regulations, practice, and operational procedures, mechanisms for information management and exchange and experience and best practice dissemination. Also, by promoting a network for the benefit of the African nuclear community and the involvement of youth and women in NST, an important goal. To promote also South-South cooperation among Africa member states and between them and the regional and international partners, as said my friend Mesaoud, in fields of common interest, and also by coordinating and streamlining cooperation and assistance within the region of strengthening of nuclear technology infrastructure. I want to share with you some example of impact result of Afra, but I think the achievement of this result is common with International Atomic Agency, where Afra administration is located, for instance. For example, my country has its first radiotherapy establishment through the common effort of Afra and IA. It's the same for our neighbor country, Burkina Faso, who has also his first radiotherapy center. I can remind that more than 65% of African countries have no radiotherapy center. Kenya is well served and has opened his third radiotherapy center. We have also activities in training with, for example, 19 fellowship trained through the first ever group in Egypt. Training of Africa also radiopharmacists is one point. We have lack of staff. Participation also in international event, as these two African scientists who attended a scientific meeting during the last general conference of the agency. And also through the support of some project of Afra project. Member states established the first of kind Africa-like association of radiopharmaceutical or women in nuclear medicine. Some example also of results in food and agriculture food. As you see in Benin, it was very nice, and I think it was very successful what they have done. Zimbabwe was supported through isotopic techniques in identification of water and fertilizer. The AEA also with junction of Afra helped Cameroon to build its capacity to monitor soil nutriment and water dynamics using isotopic methods. You have over like resistance to cassava. In the field of safety, some countries like Djibouti has now a national regulatory authority established. As same as Messaoud to for the application of these techniques, we need really regulatory board. Togo has his radiation safety environment was reinforced. In Congo, the final security packaging of two long pending discs, radiotherapy source of cobalt 60 and is ready for final transport. They will have their first radiotherapy center. I think Mr. Mesa would talk about energy. It's a main point, and with collaboration of some structures like AFCON, NEPAD, I think it will be a nice project for Africa continent. We have also some result in field of water and environment with the joint effort of Afra and IEA, as you see. In industrial application, there is not many things in this field. And what is important is to institute partnership between Afra and other societies like yours, and also like with Pakistan Atomic Energy, and also between Afra and the French societies of nuclear medicine. Last time they attribute some fellowship for training of nuclear medicine physician. Come back. It's an example for the result, but we have many things to do. So what I can say, how we can do better. I think it's essential to promote the training for physician, for all staff, technician, physician, and other specific staff. We must also retain the competent brain of the continent, because sometimes excuse me. I have not the slide on the floor, your slide on the floor. But the last slide, as I say, how you can do better. I think we can do better with the promotion of training. We must do all we have, what we must do to retain competent staff in the continent. And we must have also more communication towards learned societies and general public. And we must also involve civil society in major decision in the application of NST. And also we have to prove that peaceful application of NST can bring solution to the population. And also it is necessary to have more institutional collaboration. It's like the last slide. Thank you for your attention. I hope that you have understood me, because as you heard, my English is very bad. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ali. Your English is infinitely better than my French, although I'm led to believe that mine gets better with a glass of wine. So thank you very much. Let me now open the floor for any questions. If you have any follow-up questions, additional follow-up questions to Mr. Masoud, or indeed to Mr. Velichkov, or indeed to Ali. Anything from the room here? Yes, Steve.
Thank you very much, Stephen Grews from SIA. This is for Mr. Balyomer. Thank you for your presentation. What do we do in South Africa where nuclear has a bad name? We know about the unsuccessful nuclear deal with Russia, and the minute somebody mentions nuclear, I think a whole lot of negative perceptions arise. How do we overcome that?
Any other questions? Yes.
Just a thank you to our panelists. My question relates to the reception of the ideas that Carmen, your project has put to SADC. What has been your experience? Has there been any absorption of the ideas? And how do we continue? I look forward to your answer. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question, and that really relates to I think a number of interesting points raised around cooperation, particularly with Russia and Rosatom on nuclear science and technology and training and so on. How might this now be impacted? And I know it's a fluid situation still, and we don't know how long or where it will end up. But what are the likely impacts on Russia-Africa cooperation in the area of nuclear science, nuclear energy, in light of the context of sanctions and so on? And I don't know if that's for Mr. Masoud, also for Ali, and for Mr. Velichkov. So that's a question from me. Is there a question? And there's a question here. And questions from the...
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to all the presenters and speakers. I think what has been encouraging in the discussion from all the speakers I have heard this morning is the emphasis on the inclusion of marginalized groups, which is women and youth, and to understand that there's so many initiatives taking place from a capacity building perspective. I just maybe wanted to ask to any of the speakers if this has actually trickled up to the policymakers and what the uptake at that level has been. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, I think there are lots of questions there. Okay, so we revert to the panel. Would you like to start, Mr. Masoud, or should we start with Mr. Ali first? Let's go backwards.
Mr. Masoud has a great experience, as he has been Afra National Coordinator. He is now the current Executive Secretary of AFCON. I want to hear also his answers. Thank you.
That was a very deft passing of the ball.
There's a question for Carmen.
Carmen, there was a question for you. So let's go to you. We'll go to Masoud, and then we'll come back to Niger, to Ali.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank
okay.
you, Ansi, also for the question. It is a pretentious point for me to make assessment of the reception from the organization that you belong to as South Africa, and you know much better, I mean SADC. What is encouraging to my mind is the fact that SADC has proclaimed and hopefully is in a process of transformation, of radical reform, from which the organization would definitely benefit. The issues that our topic concern are particularly difficult because of the fact that they are somehow fall in between areas of responsibility. For example, in between the portfolio of infrastructure development and in between, and on the other hand, the people who work on security matters and ensuring public safety, which is as a matter of fact. So this idea depends very much on the member states, those of them who would be desirous to forward it. And we hear that the current presidency of Mozambique is even inclined to raise the issue at the appropriate bodies within SADC. However, as we all know, SADC is governed by the consensus principle, and that's precisely what I wanted to underline, if not to flag in the first place, this geometry of cooperation. The member states, the Southern African states, which are more interested than others, should be allowed to go ahead with a cooperative and coordinated action, while others should also have the possibility to join in if and when they find it beneficial for their own policies and their own from their own point of view. This is the model the European Union practice through the enhanced cooperation formula. And I believe that rather sooner than later, this approach would be accepted and applied also within SADC, because on the other hand, the success depends on the possible cooperation with AFCON, FNRBA, and Afra. And these three continental-wide organizations have their, so to say, sub-regional divisions. For example, within Afra, SADC forms a sub-regional group, and the help of the continental actors might also be extremely beneficial. To conclude with the answer, if there is a pressure from the membership, the owners of the organization, the member states, and from organizations that are placed higher in the hierarchy of the international architecture, I believe chances are for success. But of course, as they say, let us live to see how it will play out. As for the question concerning women's participation, I cannot but agree more that this is a decisive change that we are experiencing. As I mentioned, more than a quarter of the young ladies constituted, they constituted more than a quarter of those who were trained within the project, 240 people altogether. And I believe that they are the most dynamic driving force. Whether decision makers take account of that, I believe they will have to do so one way or another, and the sooner they raise up to the to the idea, it's better for them. By the way, at one of the events, I mean the second youth nuclear summit in Pretoria, we definitely had more women in the room than men. They constituted even a qualified majority of 75%.
Wow. Great. Thanks, thanks, Kamen.
Thank you, and thanks for the participants and distinguished participant for the question. The first one was about the bad perception on nuclear. Well, maybe the response is with DIRCO representative, but this is why, in fact, we from AFCON are insisting and focusing on trying to demonstrate to the public through the IEA, through the NNR, through all the national nuclear regulatory bodies, the importance of safety and how really we need at the regional level, at the national level first, the nuclear safety is the responsibility of the national authorities. How the national government, the government and national authorities should implement and set up such national nuclear regulatory bodies and allocating the appropriate resources to these authorities, representing, in fact, in their body, their boards, the public and the civil society, and through this, we believe that as done already in Africa, in fact, through NNR and through the public communication strategy developed by NEXA. I remember for till now, in fact, they I believe they are organizing each month one meeting with the neighbors of the Nuclear Research Center of Pelindaba in order to inform them about the activities, the programs, and any incident within the center, which is great. In fact, this is the only way really to show the transparency and to demonstrate the safety of the infrastructure. In addition to that, as I said before, we need also to demonstrate to the society the incontournable. I don't know how you call it in English. Some solutions to fight cancers. We cannot, in fact, fight cancer without radiotherapy for more than 60% of the cases without use of radiation technology and with these prerequisites in medical physics and nuclear medicine, etc. In agriculture, we demonstrated in Africa, but also in Asia and Latin America, the added value of the applications on food and security and how to optimize the resources there. Just in addition to that, in preparation to the 10th NPT review conference, we participated, I personally participated in several task force, including one organized by the Vienna Center for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation, which concluded with the report, in fact, already put on their website, supporting the peaceful use of nuclear energy and inviting the UN member states to consider more funds during this 10th NPT review conference, more funds allocated to peaceful use of nuclear energy, of course, with the demonstration of the effectiveness and efficiency and, of course, the safety. Regarding the Russia and Africa relationships and the conjuncture related to this war in Europe. budget of Afra. It's coming from the IEA, which is important. However, the sustainability is the main challenge. As I said, we need to develop at the national level this national program with strong commitment from the national authorities in order to include and to integrate nuclear science and technology applications to the national programs, in health programs, in agriculture programs, etc. This is why we encouraged the African member state to set up national committees, intergovernmental committees, in order to really absorb this and to integrate gradually this peaceful use of nuclear energy, including safety and security and safeguards in their consideration. Women in nuclear Africa, I believe Kamen responded already, but what I have to say is we have still challenges. We are observing that less than 30% of the managers or the participants to all the IEA and Afra events are women. And this is not sufficient, really. One of the challenges, this is why Ali maybe highlighted, is the importance to encourage women and girls to absorb, in fact, or to follow careers and education and training in nuclear science and technology when available in their countries or at the regional level, and then decide for careers in nuclear science and technology. But it's linked, in fact, to the vision at the national level or at the regional level. Is there any optimistic opportunities for careers in nuclear for women? And this is, in fact, it's linked to this link. What we did, in fact, in Afghan Secretariat in trying to hire about 50 or 60% of women as expert consultant, but our challenge is the unavailability of CVs for women in different fields. And we are calling Women in Nuclear Africa and the IEA and the countries, in fact, the member states, to share with Afghan women CVs, experts in different fields, in order to consider this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think thank you to all for very comprehensive answers. And I know that we're running extremely late. What I would like to suggest is that we break for tea and coffee now for, say, 10 minutes. Let's stretch our legs. Let's come back. Also an opportunity for our online colleagues to get a cup of coffee. And then let's, in the interim, we're also going to try again to sort of deal with some of the issues. Ali, do you want to make a comment at this point before we break for tea? Ali, can you hear me? Can I give you the final word?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say about the bad perception of nuclear and science technology. Yes, of course, we have the general public has in his mind only the bad things related to the using of nuclear in the past centuries. But I want to say that we have to do a great job of lobbying towards stakeholders and also towards civil society and also general public. I want to give just an example in my country. We have set a program, seminar program towards the government, the parliament, and the media. And during all this seminar, even with the government, many ministers says, we don't know that we can get so benefit in the application of NCTs. And they were astonished. Even with the parliament, the same thing with the media, public and the private media. And the main result after these seminars is the enhancement of access of our alone nuclear medicine center, people start to go there because now they know what advantage they can get by the investigation that the center can do. And also one great benefit was the activation of setting down the national regulatory body. Before this, it is in the administration, they don't know about what is, but with the perception of the advantage of the application of NCT, you see stakeholders and public change their comportment towards different activities using isotope. And also, I want to say regarding the war in Russia with Ukraine, for me, it's a great threat for application for NCT. Regarding what happens at Chernobyl, I think it awake the fear that the public has against nuclear. It's just what I want to say for human and youth. For example, Afra has 3 committees, but 60% of staff is gender. Just I want to add these few words. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Ali. Appreciate those points. I am going to sort of break. Let's end the session. There is a question from Skalk Berger on the Q&A, but what I would like to suggest is that our panelists perhaps type an answer to him. He is from Engineering News, and he's asking a question about geographically and politically diversified providers of nuclear power solutions to fit various international political matrices while enabling broader development of nuclear within safety and security parameters. It is possible to type the answer, an answer in, or some observations, and perhaps that's the way to do it. There are also some interesting points in the chat, also about capacity to engage also in negotiations. I think an important point that Kenny Mabasa has made, but let's bring this to a close now. I think you've all deserved a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and we shall reconvene at, let's say, 11:30 South African time. So in about 10 minutes, wherever else you may be on virtual. Thank you very much, and really thank you also for your patience with our technical issues. I'm going to have a chat now and see what we can, how we can fix this. Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. Stay online, our colleagues from around the world, and we'll be back soon.
Good day.
Hello and welcome to the Atoms for Development Advocacy Campaign of the South African Institute of International Affairs. I'm Jarek Trujansky, and today I have the pleasure of welcoming Knox Msebenzi, who is an expert on nuclear energy and comes from South Africa.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, I think it's important to just bear in mind that the world in general is busy advocating for clean energy, the adoption of clean energy in the light of greenhouse gas emissions. So, in addition to the regular call for renewable energy, solar, wind, etc., nuclear has been identified as a clean source of energy from a point of view of greenhouse emissions. And therefore, for that reason, it is important to have nuclear as part of the energy mix. And we in the Nuclear Industry Association have never really advocated for only nuclear. We have always been consistent in saying there's got to be an energy mix, including renewable energy, and even some clean coal going forward. We have to admit that nuclear is really susceptible to the cost of capital, depending on where you borrow the money. There is a paper that was done by a professor at the University of Cape Town who said Africa is not guilty of over borrowing. Africa is suffering from paying too high interest rates. If we do fix that issue in terms of addressing the sources of funding and reduce the interest that we can pay as low as 3%, for example, we can address the issue of costs to a very large extent. And what is also interesting is that you typically pay for the costs in the 20-25 years, but the nuclear power plants can go right up to this. There are power stations that are being increased right now to about 50 to 60 years of operation. I think there's a lot of narrative about the fear that the general public has about nuclear. Yes, any generation source has got its own ins and outs, its own advantages and disadvantages. So the issue about nuclear is how best to do it in such a way that the public is protected. Yes, there is no source of energy which is risk-free. That is correct.
And I want to say that we've got more people present at the AGM than we had last year, which is now with 24 people. We're just ahead of that. So this is very good news indeed. And it's going to be my pleasure just now to welcome Professor Anthony Butler, who will talk on will Cyril Ramaphosa's second term have a more domestic or a more international orientation? Well, I should think, judging by what's going on in the metros at the moment, he's got a few domestic problems to sort out, apart from anything else. So it'll be interesting to hear what Professor Butler has to say about that. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. I'm not sure if we have these been seen by everyone.
Yes, they were sent.
And they were sent out, I'm told. And I mean, I got them, but everybody got them. So that's good. Has anybody got any points to raise on page 1, page 2, page 3? The minutes in order. Can somebody propose that we adopt
Africa, a powerhouse of the future, a land pregnant with purpose, carrying minerals and resources, blessed to produce riches, leaving other continents in stitches, wishing we could switch riches. Yet poverty is like a stain that does not want to get off our surfaces. Unemployment is the highest cause of depression, creating room for an anxiety. Food insecurity is, was, and is to come. Climate change is leading to increased temperatures and rainfall variability with negative effects on rural communities. Predicted effects include drought, depletion of water resources, biodiversity, and soil erosion. Decreased subsistence economies and cessation of cultural activities. Poor infrastructure, we still need it to be quality. And inequality raises curiosity if we ever take responsibility and make it a priority to create equality. The hope to a bright future seems so unclear, but lend me your ear as I present to you nuclear. Don't let old news bring you fear. The energy released during nuclear fission used to save lives, creating solutions, reducing pollution, bringing revolution. African solutions for African problems. An essential response to climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, safe, reliable, and cost-effective, a contributor to industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. Load shedding will be a thing of the past. This change is a must. Africa for nuclear. Nuclear energy, the nexus of life, using what we have to better our lives. A prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development with high standard of living, youth employment, improvement of inhabitants, cleaner water and sanitation, unity within Africa. Africa for nuclear.
Good day. I am Stian Christensen and I am the acting ambassador of Norway to South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Madagascar, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Norway is proud to have founded the South African Institute for International Affairs, SIA, and its project Atoms for Development in the past 3 years. The peaceful application of nuclear science and technology is of great relevance to Africa's development agenda. Many countries are looking for ways to include nuclear energy as a part of their energy mix. But the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, science and technology, and by extension also this conference, is timely also in advance of the 10th review conference of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, scheduled for August. Among the pillars of the Non-Proliferation Treaty are non-proliferation, disarmament, and peaceful uses. The benefits of peaceful uses is often not fully appreciated. The President-designate for the review conference Ambassador Slauvinen of Argentina, has been seeking to focus more attention on peaceful uses, and in this he has Norway's full support. I mentioned nuclear energy as an example of nuclear applications, but the scope is much wider, as evidenced by the Peaceful Uses Initiative of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. Under this initiative, member states like Norway have contributed to a range of IAEA projects for technical cooperation in areas from food security and water resource management to nuclear safety and security. A recent example of IAEA's work is related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The most common laboratory testing method to check for the coronavirus, real-time RT-PCR, is originally a nuclear-derived technique. Having recognized that many countries needed support in setting up and using this technique, the IAEA was prompt in its response to provide assistance around the world. Norway was happy to be among the first donors to provide financial support for this effort. Nuclear governance institutions and official oversight bodies have a distinct and important role. Measures to enhance nuclear safety and security is a common good that increases public confidence and promotes regional and international cooperation for peaceful uses. It is important that nuclear governance institutions in Africa and elsewhere are strengthened and supported to fulfill their responsibilities. Another role is played by civil society. I'm particularly glad to see that women and youth engagement will have its own session at this conference. The role of civil society in promoting and debating peaceful uses cannot be underestimated. An engaged and informed civil society also strengthens African voices and agency in determining what solutions are best for African countries, whether they be nuclear or non-nuclear. African voices are not important only to Africa, but within the international community at large, as we seek to maintain and strengthen the implementation of the NPT. To stress this, I would like to point out two examples of areas relevant to the NPT, where Norway finds examples from African countries, both instructive and enlightening. The first example, and perhaps the most obvious, is the denuclearization process of South Africa, which later allowed for the establishment of the African Nuclear Weapon-Free Zone. This example is highly relevant as Norway and the United Kingdom is seeking to start a multilateral dialogue on the meaning of irreversibility in disarmament. Irreversibility, together with transparency and verifiability, is a key principle of disarmament. But too little work has been done, and a survey of the usage of the term shows that there is no common understanding of the meaning of the principle of irreversibility. A second example is the removal of all highly enriched uranium from Nigeria in 2018. With this, all facilities in Africa requiring highly enriched uranium for their continued operation have now been successfully removed. This is inspirational as Norway seeks to eliminate our own small stocks of this material within the next couple of years. In conclusion, Norway hopes that this project and this conference, which showcases its research and impact, will contribute to the peaceful use of nuclear technology. And with that, I would like to thank Saya and hope that all participants will find it productive and insightful. Thank you.
It is a pleasure. It is a pleasure to be part of this important conference. Thank you to the South African Institute of International Affairs for inviting me. The IAEA has a long and rich history of promoting the peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology in Africa. whether by working directly with individual member states or by fostering regional and international cooperation. Civil society, women, and youth involvement are key to the success and sustainability of our endeavors, and I'm glad to see they play prominent roles at this event too. Today's host country is a role model of South-South cooperation, generously sharing its expertise in the nuclear field with countries on the African continent and beyond. Its laboratory for accelerator-based sciences, ITEMBA Labs, is a leading research facility and was the IAEA's first collaborating center. Our partnership advances science and technology and provides training and education for scientists and researchers from Africa and beyond. South Africa is also a leader in nuclear energy, having a well-established program which has worked with the IAEA over many years. In March, our experts visited the Koeberg nuclear power plant to assess its long-term operational safety. About 30 countries, including several in Africa, are looking at building nuclear energy programs, and the IAEA is assisting them too. With the development of small modular reactors, Africa will have even more options to harness safe, reliable nuclear energy to fuel their economies and end energy poverty without the emissions that cause devastating climate change and deadly air pollution. Later this year, Egypt, here in Africa, will host COP27. It will be a chance for us to again make the case for nuclear energy. But that's not all. At Sharm el-Sheikh, the IAEA will also showcase the ways nuclear science and technology allow us to adapt to the climate change challenges we are already facing. Let me give you a pair of illustrations that involve the two critical stakeholders I mentioned earlier, women and young people. Nigerian scientists have been working with the IAEA and the UN Food and Agriculture Organization to develop new groundwater irrigation techniques. This has helped women living in camps for internally displaced people increase their cucumber, watermelon, and okra yields by 60% while cutting their water use by almost half. In March, the IAEA held a conference for PhD students. 16 attendees from Africa's Sahel region presented work on improving water resources management by using isotope hydrology techniques. Isotope techniques are also used in analyzing microplastic pollution in marine environments, an important area of the IAEA's NUTEC plastics work. Meanwhile, many of us are now very familiar with the RT-PCR test. It uses nuclear-derived techniques to detect not only COVID-19, but also diseases like Ebola. When COVID-19 struck, the IAEA launched what would become its biggest emergency response program, sending RT-PCR equipment and knowledge to 130 countries around the world. Applying the lessons of this pandemic, we launched Zoonotic Disease Integrated Action, or ZODIAC. It assists countries in expanding their detection and response capacities ahead of the next zoonotic disease outbreak. No continent has nominated more ZODIAC national laboratories and coordinators than Africa. Another important IAEA initiative in which Africa plays a key role is Rays of Hope. It represents a step change in our assistance of member states fighting the growing cancer crisis. I launched Rays of Hope on the margins of the African Union Summit on International Cancer Day this past February. It has the strong support of African leaders, including President Macky Sall of Senegal, this year's chair of the African Union. The initiative's first partners are all African member states. Together, we will increase training and access to life-saving technology such as radiotherapy. Dear friends, in closing, let me tell you about the IAEA's Marie Sklodowska-Curie Fellowship, one of the very first initiatives I launched as Director General. The nuclear field needs more women. This program provides financial support for female students studying a wide range of nuclear subjects at master's degree level. In the first 2 rounds, African women have made up a quarter of our
sponsors, the Norwegian Embassy and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and their message of support earlier, as well as to Dr. Rossi for his words of support for our project. It is now my pleasure to move on to the next session, our session 2 this afternoon, or this morning rather, titled A Place for Civil Society, Women and Youth in Nuclear. We have heard this morning how important these stakeholders are in the nuclear development, the peaceful development of nuclear energy. And it is my absolute pleasure to invite our esteemed panelists, international panelists, to address us. Our first speaker is Professor Kora, followed by Mr. Sanswere, and I will introduce each of them as we go along. Then we have Ms. Princess Mitobini, followed by our guest from Kenya, Ms. Pamela Kageliza Kilafi. Thank you for joining us here in Pretoria. Thank you for traveling down to Pretoria. Before Professor Kora addresses us, I would like to share some of her details. She is Professor of Radiation Molecular Biology at the National Center for Research, Radiation Research and Technology at the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority in Cairo. From 1996 to 2003, Professor Kora was part of the delegation at the National Institute for Laser Enhanced Sciences of the Department of Medical and Biological Applications, Cairo University, and was established laboratories for molecular biology at this institute. From 2002 to 2008, she was an expert scientific advisor and consultant to the Africa Institute for Biomedical Science and Technology. She is the founder and the president of Women in Nuclear Egypt and the executive secretary of Women in Nuclear Africa. Professor Kora, we are very grateful to have you with us, and we look forward to your presentation. Shukran.
Good evening, everybody. I thank Celia for inviting me to attend this important conference. And my talk is on empowering African women in the field of STEM and nuclear industries. Well, if we say when women started working in the nuclear science, women started working in the nuclear science ever since its dawn. because Rontgen discovered radioactivity by the year 1895, and we can see that Marie Curie started her work at 1896. We have eminent women like Lisa Meitner. Lisa Meitner was Austrian. She went to Berlin to study her nuclear sciences, and she's regarded as the woman who discovered the fission reaction, although she was not involved in the nuclear bomb. We have Rosalind Franklin, which is English, and this English lady was the lady, she was by crystallography. She is involved in the discovery of the double helix of the DNA. We have also Tigiva Alper. Tigiva Alper was South African from a Russian origin, and she studied in South Africa and went to Berlin to study with Lisa Meitner, and she, with Lisa Meitner, discovered the alpha rays coming from, the delta rays coming from alpha particles. We have a famous African adage that say, if you educate a man, you educate an individual, but you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So what is the situation of African education? If we look at this map, we can, the first ever launched school for girls studying the syllabus, the original syllabus as boys, was in 1764 in Russia, 1788 in Canada, 1879 in the United States, 1736 in Norway, and 1685 in France, 1698 in Germany. And if we come to Africa, we find that Africa was colonized. But the one occupational country that was engaged in making girls' schools was the English colonies. They started in South Africa a school for girls at 1815, and in Kenya in 1908. In Egypt it was 1902, and the Italian made schools in Libya at 1877, and in Nigeria schools for girls were started ever 1879. But this was not the case with all African countries. There are major limitations. There are major limitations that hinders the African student uphill the battle to obtain their education. In many African countries, more boys attend school more than girls, and there are one delinquent before graduating for every gender. Many schools are located away from the children's homes. Only 7 in 10 children who live in rural areas will ever set foot to a school. Secondary schools can only accommodate 36% of students of the age of qualification. Regional primary enrollment rates now stand 89 for boys and 86 for girls. Rates of secondary school enrollment are significantly lower than the primary school. Regional enrollment averages 32 for boys and 29% for girls, and many do not actually attend school. Lately, school became compulsory in many African countries. So during the last decades, a number of African women have earned their master's degrees and PhDs in science, technology, mathematics and engineering and nuclear sciences. However, women are still underrepresented compared to men in many opportunities of nuclear sciences, including leadership, project opportunity, publishing scientific papers, and decision-making. So according to the Afra 2022 statistics, there is a low participation of women in STEM in general and in nuclear sciences and technology and its peaceful uses, which is observed to be less than 30%. Actually, women comprise about half the society. Being behind men leads to missing women phenomena, leading to the leak and loss of innovation, talented and determined women that might have added achievement to those fields. Missing women phenomena also has bad impact in the society since it hinders fostering of education, health, human development in this society. So what are the problems that hinder the women progress in Africa? There are some traditional societal problems, individual capabilities, and environmental problems. Of these, women perception to violence in some African countries, young girls are at significant danger while traveling to and from school, child marriages, poverty and income inequality, gender role attitudes, family priorities and supporting mothers, societal depression, spatial cognitive function, women are more radio sensitive, lack of mentorship, stereotype and impact bias, public fear from the word nuclear, women are more vulnerable to climate change. So family priorities and supporting mother is something natural. The woman is responsible for the house, responsible for raising the children. Sometimes the woman, when her parents get old or her husband parents get old, she's responsible about taking care of them. Some women deal with the challenge of single parenthood, such as working multiple jobs to make ends meet. Societal depression. Well, boys have more freedom to go in and out and choose their friends. This suppresses girls usually. Women are nearly twice as likely as men to be diagnosed with depression because of hormonal changes at the different stages of our life. Women are much more likely than men to live in poverty, causing concerns such as uncertainty about the future and decreased access to community and healthcare resources. These issues can cause feeling of negativity, low self-esteem, and lack of control. However, a woman must learn how to live correct, give some moments to herself, just me and I, and remember that success in your career and self-satisfaction can alleviate any depression. Stereotype and implicit bias. Well, life is not a fairy tale, and even at home, even in work, there is a lot of problems. But women are more sensitive and will take it on, will cause her more depressed than the man. And also jealousy from a successful woman is a real disaster, because a jealous man is aggressive, a jealous woman is hostile. And there is a lot, and there must be a lot of engineering plans to get rid of this successful woman. So a successful woman don't blame yourself and stand up for yourself. Accept the fact that you feel that the one who's jealous from you feels competition with you, and never pay attention to what she says. Continue working harder and do not allow them to hinder your progress. Regard them as they dislike you, and never utter the word jealous. Well, envy and jealousy is a natural feeling. Because we always compare ourselves with others, but we can direct this negative feeling into a positive one. That's why if I'm jealous from someone, then I would try to be better. I would try to work harder, but never try to take someone down because I'm jealous of him or her. Actually, men and women have the same feelings of jealousy. Spatial cognitive function. When you have a girl, you will bring her a doll, bring her a kitchen, you will bring her stewing machine, and you will bring her a makeup set. But when you have a boy, you bring him Meccano, you bring him building blocks, gardening set. So you are directing the girl not to use her spatial cognitive function. And this cognitive function is important in mathematics and engineering, but also because it gives an idea about space, how to think in a spaceful matter. Women are more radiosensitive. Research have shown that women taking radiotherapy are more prone to death more than men, or are more to have more adverse effects than the men. a woman while pregnant, she must go away from the work because radiation causes mutations, and radiation causes harm to women more than men. It has been proven. But we should always remember precautions and protection measures taken in a nuclear plant facility is stronger than any other environmental agent. Public fear the word nuclear. Yes, public fear the word nuclear, and that's why when public will stand for any nuclear plant to be made. It is very important to create a dialogue between the nuclear industry and the scientific nuclear plants with the public about the important peaceful nuclear application for a society, sustainable development, and for environmental remediation. There must be carrying out of television series or YouTube videos as informative education to the public in the simplest form, making seminars in club universities about the peaceful applications of nuclear technology, which are numerous. Graduation projects should be conducted by students in the nuclear energy fields are suggested to be financed by the Nuclear Energy Authority in a specified country. Regarding a Win Africa society, in a national, in a certain country, how could you help to kill this dialogue between the public and the nuclear industry? You can organize health campaign. In Egypt, we used to organize a cancer breast campaign, osteoporosis campaign, and we used to open the door of the authority to the public outside to come and get this service. And this made people aware that there is that this public plan can be helpful and it is not danger. You can organize social events, sport activities. During these activities, you inform people about the peaceful application of nuclear energy. You can organize charity events, organize seminars and workshops. And you must promote interest in nuclear engineering, science, and other nuclear-related professions, especially among women and young people. I would like to give an idea about how are women in Egypt. In Egypt, we have equal rights with men in salaries and political rights. Women have been working in the nuclear science ever since they were allowed to study in universities. We have Professor Lotfia Niadi and we have Professor Tomader al-Khalafawi. They were first women who worked at the Egyptian Atomic Energy since its establishment, together with men. Actually, we have women who had reached the position of head of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority, and we have 3 ladies that were vice president to the chairman of the Egyptian Atomic Energy Authority. Women percentage in total are 45%, and the academic will have 47%, upper position 33%, specialized position 49%, technologists 14%, office workers 45% are women, professional 14%, and assistants 10%. Do I have time to give an introduction to Win Africa? Okay. What is Win Africa? Win Africa is one force for education, equality, peace, and progress. And Win Africa gratefully acknowledges African Commission of Nuclear Energy, International Atomic Energy Agency Technical Cooperation Division for Africa, and Win Global for their support toward the development of this regional chapter. Win Africa is a non-profit, non-governmental organization and a regional chapter of the Win Global that aims to present women in all nuclear-related forums within Africa, internationally, and provide mentoring solutions for problems that hinder the progress of women in the nuclear field. It advances the safe, secure, and peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology while advocating gender equality. Win Africa is not a misandry, meaning it is not an anti-male society, and Win Africa chapter encouragement to join and work with them. Well, it was first established there was a conference in Madrid and in June 2019, and we agreed to make WIN Africa. The second meeting was in Morocco, and there we made the steering committee, and WIN Africa was finally launched through a virtual conference supported by the Moroccan Ministry for Energy on the 16th September 2020. We are now, so we are a regional factor, the chapter of WIN Global. We have the WIN South America, WIN Europe, and WIN Africa. At first, we were 3 countries, Morocco, South Africa, Egypt. Then Ghana, Nigeria, and Tunisia joined. It was in 220. Namibia, Kenya, Lesotho, and Niger joined in 221. And now we are expecting Zambia and Sudan to join us. So what are the aims for WIN Africa? Raising awareness among the public in African countries about the benefits of nuclear and radiation application to enhance the quality of life, eliminating nuclear field among the public in the African countries, highlighting the importance of promoting nuclear sciences among girls and at the primary years of education in African countries, and then identifying the reasons and fixing the leak for why women have the tendency to drop out from the nuclear workforce pipeline, either during their studies or at some point in their career. Monitoring the mechanism of breaking down gender barriers and making gender equality in the nuclear sector a reality in African countries. While the number of African countries in the continent are 54, they include all internationally recognized territories and states of the continent. Number of countries which are member states at the IEA are 51, according to 2019. The established and about to be established WIN chapters in Africa are 12, so too small for this large continent. WIN Africa members are about 350 participants from 37 African countries. African ladies are encouraged to establish their national chapters and join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cora, for sharing such an insightful talk with us. I would also like to invite you to share with you the contact details of Women in Nuclear Africa, if you have that available for us. Our next speaker is Gahu Palelwe Sanswere. Let me introduce him. He is a nuclear physicist and he has more than 15 years experience in nuclear research, nuclear regulatory environment, nuclear safety analysis for nuclear installation and licensing of nuclear facilities, working for the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy of South Africa. He has also worked at Eskom, the South African Power Utility.
Good day to everyone who's here and also those who are joining us online or virtual. And let me say also, I'm very honored to have been invited to attend. I must thank the organization, which is the South African Institute of International Affairs. You are definitely dealing with international affairs when it comes to nuclear, because nuclear is a globalized source or technology. Yes, thank you very much. I just want to give a brief about AYG and the African young generation in nuclear. which was officially established in Kenya with the help of Ms. Pamela there. She was also instrumental in forming the Kenyan young generation in NUTLA. So us is to advocate the socioeconomic impact of NUTLA, because we've seen that Africa benefited a lot on nuclear science and technology application, but that is not known by the men on the street. It is not known by the students or learners or any of them in terms of how does that directly beneficiate them. You know, 3 weeks ago, we were dealing with one of the projects that deals with the Nagana disease, which affects livestock. You know, how this sterile insect technique can assist us. Not only that, also the mosquitoes, we know that are problematic in transmitting malaria and so forth. So a lot of learners, a lot of young people across the continent don't know about this. So how do we do that? Hence, it was instrumental for us to establish the African Young Generation in NUTLA, which is an NPO. We bring together national networks. We've got networks across different countries within Africa. We are a continental body, but we also have affiliation to the International Youth Nuclear Congress, which is a global sort of young youth organization. We've got strong presence in most of the countries, and also we are now sort of represented in most of the regions, with the 5 regions. And we're currently also busy now to establish more young generation network within the continent, and we want to encourage them because we know that somewhere along the line, they are affected or directly or indirectly by the application of nuclear science and technology. The next slide. Oh, it's gonna delay. All right, no, it's fine. While it's delaying, let me just do this. I can talk, it will get me on the way. While it, oh, yes, as I've said, our prime mission is to address the socioeconomic issues of the continent through the promotion of the peaceful uses of nuclear science and technology in the continent. We understand very well that nuclear is applied across most of the different SDGs. So we strongly believe that that could be beneficial if Africa was to expand its nuclear program so that we can also industrialize, so that most of our people, I mean, we cannot be sitting with 700 million Africans who are not somehow connected to electricity. It is not on. It can't go and continue to work like this. Hence, we saw that, you know, one of the most important issues as we look at the development across the world is that we must also not be dependent when it comes to energy sources. You must generate your own energy. You must have energy security as your primary. I strongly don't believe and understand why most of the African the concept of us depending on someone for energy sources is going to, in the near future, affect us. So we need to demystify nuclear technology. I heard one comment earlier on about the Russian deal, which to some extent is that I think the intergovernmental agreement that the court declared null and void, that is what most people refer to, not the contract itself. There was no contract from my understanding when I read the court. So I think that is why we need to provide facts to the public. We are facilitating knowledge transfer because we have seen that most of the nuclear expertise are in the evening generation, which means now most of them have retired. Some of them are about to retire. So we need to lead the current generation in terms of young professionals gaining expertise and experience and skills from them. We need to offer, we also offer platforms where we share, exchange ideas and network on issues related to nuclear science and technology, not only in the continent. We also work with AFCON, thanks to His Excellency there, in creating more awareness and through webinars and so forth. And then through its leadership, we want to also establish recognition and affiliation to the African Union. We have currently been busy with it, and I think now in the near future we will be in a sort of a recognized NPO within the African Union, because we want to start there at the head of state, because that's the most people who are making decisions. So if you don't sit with them on the table to understand the socioeconomic benefit of this science and technology, they will not be sort of expanding in different countries. If you move to the next slide. I just want to be as short as possible. All right. No, just to show our stakeholders that we work on. There's a burning issue with Rosatom. I don't want to get into it. It's a DECO issue. International relations will deal with it, not me. It's beyond my pay grade. So those are some of the ones. We work with a lot with all of them. International Science and Technology Center. The IAA, who must be very, I think Prof. Shaukate, who's the director there for Africa, he's been very, very instrumental in ensuring that AYGN, it's recognized, AYGN is promoted within the continent, and we've been doing excellent work in ensuring that we actually expand the network. We work very closely with the World Nuclear University. That one is the International Nuclear Youth Congress, and so forth and so forth. In the next slide, please. Yes. This is where we first officially launched it. It was in Kenya. We had Professor Shaukate there and other dignitaries who were present there to attend to our sort of an official launch. And then that's where now we started to launch other YGN within the different regions within the continent. So that our aim is to develop technical committees for different nuclear applications so that we can have focus areas and then we can expand in terms of ensuring that young people across the continent, they understand what is important, the importance of nuclear science and technology. We are still aiming to launch our first journal. I know we are delayed by 2 years. Princess is here. She's part of the committee working on that. So, but we are thinking that in the near future, we'll have our own journal where we will have African young generation publishing their own papers within that so that their work can be recognized globally. If you move to the next one, I'm going to be very quick now. Yes, we're still working on it. I'm glad that His Excellency is here. Our secretariat, we need to officially make it to AFCON offices so that we can beneficiate from the resources that they have. It's our intention, and I think very soon we will be able to have that office. As I've said, we have events to strengthen, launch, and garner support to YGNs in the 5 regions. Just recently, last year in Accra, Ghana, we hosted our 3rd Nuclear Youth Summit, and then it was very successful. It's as a hybrid event. Our intention is to ensure that Kenya hosts International Nuclear Youth Congress in 2024. We've been gathering support. Pamela, I can tell you that we are looking forward to have that one. If you can be able to get this one in Kenya, it will be a very successful event. If we move to the next one. Yes, I think we can move to the next slide. Just move past that one. Just want to, yeah, we can move to the next slide if you can. Okay, thank you. So one of the things that we also need to understand, you know, there's a debate about energy, but I'll get to that. Yes, this is one of the successful conference that we had with ISTC in Zambia, in Lusaka in 2018. This is one of the things that we're trying to bring in a lot of young people across the continent so that they can understand the nuclear science and technology. This one was enhancing Africa's capacity on nuclear safety, security, and safeguard. In the SADC region, we had most of the young professionals within the SADC and other countries also attending. If you move to the next one. So this is some of the things that we want to ensure that, you know, young people across the continent, they get to be involved in the nuclear science and technology. Where we had a very during the 63rd IAEA General Conference in IAEA, we had our own side event engaging next generation of leaders, where we had the DG by then was an acting DG. We had led, now he's a DG because he was able to embrace AYGN through that side event which we had in Vienna. It was a very successful event, thanks to our IAEA. If you move to the next slide, yes, we had a very successful 2nd African Youth Nuclear Summit in South Africa. So what we do, we rotate the summits across the different regions. First one was in East Africa. Second was in SADC. The 3rd one was in West Africa. Hopefully the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th will be either on Central Africa or North Africa. But I'm thinking maybe North Africa with the implementation of the 4,800 megawatt there. It's one of the regions that we might want to visit very soon, so that we ignite young people across the North region to be participating in the such program. If you move to the next slide. Yes, this was just I think just to get to the point where I want to go through is that we need to provide the public with factual scientific information about the application of nuclear science and technology. Because if you do that, then we will be able to see young people starting to appreciate, starting to be involved in the application of this technology. We've seen that when it comes to the energy, it's a contested debate, we must agree. We've seen how people get emotional. We've seen how people sometimes, they even want to throw chairs at each other. So we are just trying to say that sometimes they must keep emotions and talk more about the technology. What I want to say is that if you look at most of the African continent, they've got small grids with less energy or electricity supply. So what is it that we can do is to ask to say that, can African continent, the countries also, in the midst of other technologies that they are playing, also develop the nuclear capacity for industrial application? Because we have seen that globally, most of the developed countries, they have a nuclear program. That one, we've seen it. We've witnessed how South Korea have moved from the poorest country to be one of the leading countries when it comes to technology. We've been to that country. We've seen it. When we were in China in 2016, during the International Youth Nuclear Congress, 70% of their workforce in the nuclear industry was less than 35. That's how massive they are investing on their young people in China. Now China, they are saying they are aiming to build more nuclear capabilities in the coming decades or so. We've seen UK, the United Kingdom or England, they said that they want to build more nuclear so that they can have less dependent on other countries. I think Africa must take lessons learned from the crisis that we're seeing in Europe to ensure that we also don't suffer from dependency when there is a global geopolitical differences. I think we must start to see science working for us in Africa. So those are the things that we need to start working on. We need to start involve young professionals within the continent also. We are glad that we've seen in South Africa the multi-purpose research reactor. They've now in the process of the RFI. It's very impressive for us. We want to see young people there because there in a multi-purpose research reactor, there's a lot of applications of nuclear science and technology. And if South Africa was to build a new one, young people will beneficiate because they will do a lot of research. They'll be able to apply this technology for the beneficiation of their country and other in the continent as large. We've seen that Egypt, they are planning to build the 4,800 megawatt. We're looking very forward for that program. We've seen Kenya saying that they have identified sites already for their 1,000 megawatt implementation. We've seen Ghana. We've had many countries. And this is why we're saying that the involvement of young professionals, it will be important for us because I know nuclear takes very long to construct. Not long, but it takes some time. So some of the workers that are currently at NEXA, they might not be there, when the commission of MPR is there, when the 2,500 is there. So we need to involve young professionals. We need to educate them. We need to start at the young level. We need to go to high schools, teach them about nuclear science and technology. That is where we'll see the involvement of youth, the involvement of young people, the involvement of women also. Very much we're advocating for women also as AYGN because we know how instrumental and very important they are. So that is why when we look at how these things we're looking at it, we're trying to look at how the South African nuclear build is expanding and so forth and so forth. And we want to see the different countries within the region also going forward. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take too much of the time because I see that we have running out of time. So with those few words, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for addressing us. We were fortunate as the SIA Atoms for Development program to be invited by your conference in Ghana last year and even more fortunate to participate. So hopefully one day you can have the SIA logo also as part of your stakeholders. So we have the SIA boss here and yeah, so we can talk. Thank you very much for that comprehensive overview of the work that you do. And we are grateful now to move on to Ms. Princess Mitobini. And as you will see or hear from her, often referred to as Princey, she is a woman in global nuclear global excellence award winner. She is a communication specialist and a lifelong nuclear technology advocate. from South Africa. Her globally recognized work involves providing high-level strategic support to the government in leading, executing, and ensuring the success of nuclear communication strategies. Prince's contribution to the nuclear industry includes founding Africa for Nuclear, an advocacy campaign that promotes nuclear energy as a key contributor to achieving Africa's Agenda for Sustainable Development, or Agenda 2063. With over 13 years of experience in the nuclear industry, Princey has built an even more powerful reputation, which led her becoming a thought leader in communicating nuclear matters on the African continent. Her incredible work has seen her being a speaker at numerous high-profile global events, such as the International Schiller Institute Conference, COP26, the 55th JIF Conference, I think that's in Japan, among others, and she has also been featured in different news platforms, including World Nuclear News. Princey, you are aptly qualified to address us this afternoon. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Joe Nsi. Fellow panelists and speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to say that grateful to be here. Thank you so much to Saya for inviting me. It really is an honor. I must mention that I enjoyed the earlier sessions, but I have to be biased. Professor Cora, you did very well. Thank you so much for representing us. As I have already been introduced, my name is Prince Mitobini. I am a communication specialist and a founder of Africa for Nuclear, which is an advocacy campaign that aims to promote nuclear as a key contributor to achieving the vision of African Union Agenda 2063 and its aspirations. I'm here to speak about Stand Up for Nuclear as an activity. I will also touch on the broader campaign Africa for Nuclear is planning to roll out, in addition to Stand Up for Nuclear. It was in September 2018 where a group of individuals, grassroots, civil society organizations, nuclear professionals, and many more gathered in Netherlands to form a coalition. And the main aim was to combat the effects of anti-nuclear movement. A month later, in Germany, the same group hosted the first world pro-nuclear event, which was called the Nuclear Pride Fest. And this joyful event gave birth to the first international pro-nuclear movement called Stand Up for Nuclear. And this movement works with allies around the world to advocate for the protection, the development, and the expansion of nuclear programs, nuclear energy programs. And around the world, Stand Up for Nuclear allies engage with their local communities, different stakeholders, including policymakers, to build a political, economical, and social support for nuclear energy programs. It's very important to note that we are not anti any technology, but rather against any energy policy or strategy that seeks to discriminate against nuclear as part of clean technology, clean energy technologies. In 2021, 67 cities in 26 countries hosted Stand Up for Nuclear demonstrations. And it gives me a joy to say South Africa was among those countries. Now, talking about South Africa, as a country, we owe the existence of Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa to a gentleman called Mr. Zakhele Hlathi-Madela, who is a nuclear engineer. When all of us were not aware of this international movement, Zakhele Madela printed a couple of posters and pamphlets. He took his two sons and drove to the streets of Joburg, where he engaged communities, passerbys and motorists. And the whole aim was to create the awareness of nuclear energy in South Africa. So it's very important that we acknowledge the exceptional work that Mr. Madela did to build a strong foundation for the rest of us to continue building.
And then in 2020, Mr. Mandela handed over the responsibilities of coordinating Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa to myself. I'm glad that he did. So I would also like to highlight that as the industry, we owe the success of Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa to dedicated organizers and collaborators who, a couple of them are here today. I was hoping to see Teboho, and it gives me a great honor to acknowledge them in their presence. Because Stand Up for Nuclear is a movement, it made sense that to me, I task the trade union NEHAU through their technical professionals technical committee at NEXA branch to lead the coordination of Stand Up for Nuclear event. And they have been doing an amazing job for the past 2 years. I have to give them credit for that. And then the collaborators of Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa are as follows. The Nuclear Industry Association of South Africa, which is NIASA. The Deputy President is here today, even though he's representing the AYGN. Women in Nuclear South Africa, WINSA, I was hoping to see Teboho. SANEPS, which is the South African Young Nuclear Professional Society. Southern African Radiation Protection Association, which is SARPA. Basement Nuclear Development Forum. And lastly, SA Vest Group. It's a privilege for me to work with these organizations and incredible professionals to promote nuclear science and technology in South Africa. And I just want them to know that their dedication and commitment to not only Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa, but to the industry as a whole is highly valued. Furthermore, another appreciation goes to our sponsors who do not only help us achieve the objective of promoting nuclear in South Africa, but also to ensure that South Africa is not left behind in such global initiatives. And since its inception in 2019, Stand Up for Nuclear South Africa has grown leaps and bounds. And last year alone, we managed to host 3 events in 3 provinces concurrently. And the events that attracted over 400 people happened in Cape Town, Strand Beach, Western Cape, Gauteng, in Pretoria, Atteridgeville, and in the Eastern Cape near the Spent site. And our vision is to grow Stand Up for Nuclear to be even bigger and host it in all South African provinces. It's possible, I think so. And now it's important that as Africa for Nuclear, there are programs of actions that we are planning to roll out and to implement in addition to Stand Up for Nuclear. As we all know that issues of load shedding in South Africa are in existence, and we are anticipating the 2,500 megawatts of nuclear build program as per the integrated resource plan, which will be implemented. However, in order for the industry to safeguard and guarantee its implementation, we need to have practical programs and activities that are implemented to educate people, decision and policymakers, even the media. And that will help us to actually make the ground conducive for the smooth implementation of this nuclear program. So Africa for Nuclear, as a South African born in a campaign with continental perspective and global outlook, is at the stage of finalizing its program of activities, which we plan to roll out and which is going to assist in making sure that not only South Africa, but the whole continent begins to appreciate nuclear energy as the nuclear energy source that as a source that can benefit the continent in addressing issues of energy security, underdevelopment, and lack of industrialization. So yeah, do watch the space. We will definitely be in touch and we'll rely on your support to implement some of the activities. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that Stand Up for Nuclear is organized by passionate individuals who take time out of their busy schedule to do this extra work. And their passion is mostly driven by patriotism. Therefore, I call upon
everyone in this room online to support this movement and take ownership of it. And when we do come knock on your door, please attend to us with humility and understanding that we are just passionate people who are trying to help grow and sustain this industry. Also, we want to help our country address the socio-economic issues such as poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And lastly, and which is most important, we want to contribute to building a better South Africa for the next generations to inherit. Thank you so much for your time. Once again, Prof, it's lovely to be here.
Siyabonga, Princy, for sharing with us what you've been doing. A lot of this is not taken up in the media, and I think there should be a conversation held with the media, perhaps even a workshop or a webinar with the South African National Editors Forum to share this with them. So we look forward to working with you in future. Please share the details of your organizations with us online or in person. Thank you so much. Colleagues and friends, we are pressed for time as the hotel has set 1 o'clock as the lunch period, and we know that you want to stretch your legs. Once again, we are going to have our next speaker. Before I introduce her, in the interest of time, we are going to have our discussions after lunch on this particular session. So please join us via your Q&A on the platform, or then when we return after lunch. Our next speaker is Pamela Kagelisa Kilavi, and President Sanswere has referred to her as one of the delinquents for establishing the organization. Pamela, we are very grateful to have you from Nairobi with us. She is a tutorial fellow at the Technical University of Kenya and is currently pursuing a PhD in radiation physics at the University of Nairobi, coupled with the University of the Witwatersrand. And she is on an OWSD program. She has a master's in nuclear science and a bachelor in education science. Pamela has tirelessly dedicated her time and knowledge in advocating for the safe and secure use of nuclear energy and mentoring the next generation of enthusiasts. She founded the Kenyan Young Generation in Nuclear, and in 2017, as the chairperson, she successfully organized the inaugural Africa Youth Nuclear Summit in Nairobi, which Galopele referred to. She later organized an integrated workshop on nuclear advocacy and communication with the support of the EU through ISTC. You may recall that that is Carmen Velichov's outfit, one of our speakers earlier. She has also, besides her activities of the Kenyan Young Generation Nuclear, she is also instrumental in the formation of Women in Nuclear Kenya, and as an executive committee member and the Organization of Women from the Developing World. She is currently the chairperson of an Inspired Scientist, an international not-for-profit organization that seeks to mentor next generation scientists and provide a platform for linkages. Pamela, thank you very much, and we look forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be part of this very important meeting. I'm privileged to sit with the eminent persons that are here to advocate the use of nuclear science and technology. Yeah, my name was mentioned twice, and it has always been a pleasure to be part of the leadership of initially AYGN, KYGN, and working in different organizations to ensure that each of us is represented well, and we are doing better than yesterday. Yes, so thank you so much, Prof, for inviting me. Isabel sent in an invitation, and I'm glad that I was able to get a visa as quick as possible. Yeah, so It took less than 2 days. So that's nice for me to be here. Yeah, just be able to talk about why we founded KYGen and what exactly we are doing and what you're looking forward to doing, and apart from in KYGen. So KYGen was founded somewhere in 2014. We started it early in 2010 when I got enrolled for Masters in Nuclear Science. And by then, Kenya had expressed an interest in having nuclear energy as part of the energy mix. So in 2014, we were able to have it fully registered as a not-for-profit organization. And our aim as young people was to be able to promote the secure, safe, and peaceful application of nuclear science and technology, not necessarily nuclear energy, but we were quite wide. Anything mentioned, anything to do with nuclear science and technology, it had to be, we had to promote it so that we are using it safely, securely, and peacefully. So some of the specific objectives that so far, I think we were able to, and we're still working on them, included just creating awareness among general public on the importance of nuclear science and technology, organizing forums to engage and inform general public on secure, safe, and peaceful application of nuclear science and technology, providing platforms, which is very important, to enable young professionals to exchange and grow ideas in nuclear science and technology, and allow also these young people to participate in both national and international activities related to nuclear science and technology. Most of the time they leave them behind, and it is the old age that go into these meetings, forgetting that we have a new generation of young people who are interested in things related to nuclear science and technology. This is probably not yet to happen, but we want to set up programs to target young people in elementary and secondary schools so that they can be able to boost their interest in nuclear science and technology. But I think the new pair, the one that is mandated to promote the establishment of nuclear science and technology, has done part of this. And then leverage relationship with government, industries, organization, and professional societies involved in nuclear awareness, and transfer the knowledge to compile, to reach out knowledge, compile outreach materials, and share information, and co-host public information events, conference, summit, and forums. Some of these things have happened, and we hope to that the next leadership has taken note of that, and they're doing it. Yes, so out of this, then we were able to organize. In fact, the time we were hosting the inaugural African Youth Nuclear Summit, we had our intention was to host the International Youth Nuclear Congress in Kenya. So we went to China to bid to host. I'm happy to learn that in 2024, the Kenyan group, backed by the African, the AYGen, is also going to bid to host the 2024 Congress. So out of it, we didn't win, but we were like, we can do something for Africa. So let's have something for African young generation in nuclear. So that is how we ended up having a conference in Kenya to have the African youth young generation in nuclear being launched. So in 2017, again, we were able to host the integrated workshop in nuclear communication and advocacy. And I'm happy to inform you that ISTC played a very major role in both of them, supported us financially, and they're available. They actually attended the two events. Something else that we were able to do, I think it was a privilege to host the governing board for ISTC. You know, it's a very big honor. So we did it, and there's a lady called Grace Ateka, who is a manager at Kenya Bureau of Standards. We were able to organize and host the ISTC governing board in Kenya, and we had even the chairperson, Dr. Ronald, coming to Kenya And Kenya, out of the hosting and them meeting the different ministers, they're not really ministers, the PSs and the cabinet secretaries in different capacities, like the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Industry, and we had interior, the coordination of interior issues. They were able to meet them, and out of it, Kenya became an observer at ISTC. So it's something that I, as Kenyan young generation of Kenya, we are proud of. So Kenya is now a member, an observing member, an observer at the International Science and Technology Center. So, so from whatever we were working on, our specific objectives, I think there is many things that we've been able to see happening in Kenya, like the Masters in Nuclear Science that is hosted at the Institute of Nuclear Science, University of Nairobi. So far, we had more than 200 students since 2010 getting enrolled to do Masters in Nuclear Science and Technology. As much as a few of them, 61 of them have graduated since then. The thing is, we had students getting enrolled, and we had as many as 17 students per year getting enrolled to pursue Masters in Nuclear Science and Technology. And one of the other things that I need to talk about is that where I work at Technical University of Kenya, we took up the challenge of the cancer issue in Kenya, or in Africa generally, and we started a Master's in Medical Physics. So far we have 6 students. So since last year, we already have 6 students pursuing a Master's in Medical Physics with support from the IEA, and because it is being supported by Kenyatta Hospital, they're supporting Kenyatta Hospital. We are partners with the Kenyatta Hospital. Now, out of it, again, I can be able to say that there's so many other students who have been trained in and out of the country. Specifically out of the country, more than 222 students have been able to pursue different masters in nuclear related areas in China, and in South Korea, and in USA. So we are actually on track when you talk about implementation of nuclear energy in Kenya. There's a lot that is happening behind the scene. So, and I'm always proud of my institution, again, having taught nuclear energy and nuclear related subjects that so far, I'm happy to say that I have 2 students since I started teaching there who are already practicing as medical physicists. I have 2 students who are practicing as radiation physicists in different institutions, one at the hospital, another one working for the regulatory authority. We have 2 students, one is already pursuing a PhD in nuclear energy in China, and one has just enrolled for an MSc in nuclear energy in South Korea. And we have now 4 students pursuing the Master's in Medical Physics at our university from the small university, Technical University of Kenya. Yes, so again, we talked about leveraging relationship with government and other professional societies, and Kenyan Young Generation in Nuclear has provided an impetus for other societies to grow. We have NDT, Non-Destructive Testing Society, that has now grown. We have the East African Radiation Protection Society that is also growing, and it is being led by the young people. Yes, so probably if there's any question, can be able to ask, but once again, thank you so much for the privilege to be part of this very important meeting. Thank you.
Pamela, thank you for sharing your successes and your ambitions with us. I surely learned a lot, and we look forward to continuing the discussion with you. Colleagues, it is almost 1 o'clock. So I'm just waiting for instructions here. Yeah. Okay, so we have about 4 minutes, 3 minutes, and we can perhaps take this question from our online participants. Professor Cora, this is for you. if you want to answer it now, we will appreciate it. The question is, how does the dialogue on gender impact on your work going forward? Thank you.
Well, actually, as I said, in Egypt, there is no gender inequality. Actually, women take the right and we have equal rights. You have to suffer from gender inequality to feel what is happening. For me, I never suffered from this. What I see is that an efficient woman must take her opportunity. An efficient man must also take his opportunity. Competition between the two, we take the better because we are building our country. We want to build a better future. It mustn't be a man or a woman. The efficient takes the position. And something else. What is the point of a woman having a PhD, becoming a professor, and her children are a failure? I think a woman should take care of her house first, elevate her children well, and then direct herself to the science and her work, because she will give more to her country than her work.
Thank you, Professor Cora, for that very succinct answer. We have a question here from one of our online participants, and I'm quickly just going to read it. It is a question related to, just get it. Just a moment, please. It is a question to all, but the question is basically the next session's main question. So the question is, how can Africa start to develop and build its own reliable, safe nuclear reactors? And our panelist or participant says that he or she asked it in the context of recent world events, which highlighted the risk of being dependent on other parts of the world for one's infrastructure. And that is very much a question that we address in the next session. And I'm sure Dr. Kim, you also may refer to this. And I suggest that we take the question on then during that session. Colleagues, so we will take then the discussion forward just after lunch. I suppose we have 10-15 minutes for lunch. Oh, an hour. Okay. Can we perhaps by 45 minutes start shuffling in so that we can make good use of the time and also to the benefit of our speakers, so that we can get their brain power to the maximum. Thank you so much. And once again, apologies for the technical difficulties. It is Friday the 13th, but tomorrow it's the 14th. Thank you.
Is lunch a buffet or is it at the restaurant? Will you? Okay, so follow Isabel. They want you to be on the same side.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. You can't quite see me. Let me just shift over a little bit. Thank you. Oh, it's automated. Especially to those joining us online, this is the last session where we're going to try and bring some of the strands of what we've been talking about together. And we really have a great panel that's lined up. But this session is looking forward. It's entitled Our Collective Future Beyond the Pandemic. I wonder if it's our future beyond the pandemic and beyond the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because I don't think you can separate the world that we're going to be going into. We know, I think there's a strong sense that we're at a turning point, and that the future is going to be very different from the present. But we don't quite know how that's going to work out. I'm just waiting for, oh, he's at the front. Okay, so the first speaker in our panel is Dr. Kelvin Kem. He is a business strategy consultant and runs his own company, Stratec, based in Pretoria. He's a nuclear physicist and a past chairman of the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation, NECSA. Been very interesting chatting to him over lunch and earlier today. He's a prolific writer. He's published over 1,000 articles and has spoken all around the world on issues nuclear. And so we're delighted to have him with us today. And let's go ahead, Dr. Kem.
Right, folks. There you see the famous Einstein equation, E equals mc squared. Just about everybody knows the equation, but nobody knows what it means. It tells you that energy comes out of some lump of mass times the speed of light squared, which is a huge amount of energy, and I'll show you for the moment. So who's driving the slides? Okay, if I do this. And now there what we see is Europe. And we, for a long time now in Africa, we're being told, do it like Europe does, because Europe knows best, and they're showing you what to do. Now look at that, the wind turbines, look at the fields. Now, meantime, if we have a look at the next picture, you'll see this is more like parts of South Africa. You can go for hundreds of kilometers down roads like that with nothing on the side of the road. The next one, and you'll see now that's what our agriculture looks like. That's a maize field, mealie field in South Africa, and in the background is a giant coal-fired power station sticking out of the crops. We have vast areas of crops, vast open spaces like that, and not little fields and so on with lanes and whatever like you find in Germany all of the time. So now if we have a look at this is quite an eye-opener. When I first saw this and redrew it like this, I didn't believe it. Africa is the same size as the whole of China, the whole of the United States, the whole of Europe, the whole of India, and the whole of the UK added together. That's how big it is. The standard Mercator map projection gives you a very inaccurate picture. So bear that in mind. South Africa is the same size as the whole of Western Europe added together. The distance from Pretoria, where we're sitting now, to Cape Town is the same distance as Rome to London. So what we have here is a completely different state of affairs. So we don't have now, we don't have the need to do what Europe does. This, for example, are power lines in South Africa. These are the highest altitude, highest voltage power lines in the world, 765,000 volts through there for 1,000 kilometers. When you mention that sort of thing in Europe, their eyes boggle. They've got no idea. And yet we have been conditioned into saying, if they come from Europe and tell us they got the answer, we better listen to these guys. And the answer is we shouldn't. We should listen to what they have to say, and then we must sit down and do it for ourselves. We must figure it out. Like in Africa, there's a lot of need for smaller grids. We can have a radial grid of 5 or 10 kilometers in diameter serving an area, an industrial area, a mining area, something like that. We don't need to have a single national grid. South Africa has one at the moment, but to do it, we need power lines like that running from Rome to London distances. Thank you. So I'm not opposed at all to wind and solar. It's fine. But wind and solar is not going to drive electric trains like that across the country. For that, you need big power. And big power means coal, it means nuclear, it means something like that. You're not going to run an electric locomotive like that, and that's a small one. South Africa has some of the world records for the biggest trains that are like 7 kilometers long. You don't run those on sunbeams and breezes. You've got to get real. All right. Now, when we talk about nuclear technology, the nuclear technology is not only nuclear power, and as you heard speakers earlier today say, we've got Koeberg nuclear reactor power station, which is the most southerly nuclear power station in the world and the only nuclear power station in Africa. We also are second in the world for the export of nuclear medicine. That is nuclear medicine there being packaged for export, just 40 kilometers away from where we are now. Nuclear medicine is exported 2 or 3 times a day, 365 days a year, to over 60 countries around the world. Every 3 minutes, somebody in the world is injected with nuclear medicine from South Africa, and every 3 minutes, somebody's life is saved as a result. So we deliberately get a syringe full of nuclear stuff and inject it into people intentionally. You can detect a cancer long before any other method by using nuclear. Radiation is not dangerous when you treat it with respect. There's enough dangerous pharmaceuticals in any pharmacy to kill every kid in a primary school, but nobody treats the local pharmacy as a deadly place you don't go near, because it is sold and given out by the pharmacist and the medics under strict control. But if you take a whole bottle of the wrong type of pills, it's deadly. Nuclear radiation will kill you if you do something silly. If you don't do something silly, these scare stories of how dangerous it is and so on are not true. Next, please. Now, here you see what has happened in the last few months. The political upheavals in Europe are leading to news items like that. US to supply Europe with liquefied natural gas. Now, how daft is that? That liquefied natural gas is going from the United States to Europe because they can't supply their own electricity anymore. These are the folks that came here and told us to do it their way because they had the answer. And they can't survive now because of this, the threats to the gas and the coal and all that was coming into their country. I'm not interested in the whole state of affairs now with the politics, but the reality is that all this wind and solar and whatever that we've been told about over the years, they cannot survive when the chips are down. So we must start doing our own thing. Now, if you have a look next, this is an illustration, a diagram I drew to show what we're talking about. This hits you between the eyes. There you see fuel energy density in megajoules per kilogram. Certainly all the ladies know about kilojoules per gram, which is what you look at when you buy your cornflakes and so on to figure out whether you're going to get fat. There's the same thing, but just megajoules per kilogram. Look at sugar, 19. Coal is somewhat more than sugar. Fat is about twice as much as sugar, and there's petrol, 46. Uranium, 76 million. So now you can see how much energy there is in a block of uranium. You can imagine a kilogram of petrol or a kilogram of coal. Now imagine a kilogram of uranium, and that's what you can get out of it. This is why the power in uranium is immense. There you see Koeberg Nuclear Power Station. I took that picture myself. There it is sitting on the coast. You can wander along there with your dog and so on. That power station produces about 2,000 megawatts, which is half the electricity of the entire Western Cape. Cape Town now being one of the few cities in the world that runs entirely on nuclear power. And there are a number of countries around the world where the country's consumption is about 2,000. So one of those will run an entire country 24 hours a day, non-stop. You don't have to worry about the wind blowing and the sun shining and so on. There's a picture of Koeberg from inland. There are only 2 nuclear reactors in the world with wild animals that wander around in their grounds, that one and the one in Pretoria. All right, now meantime, we went along and we designed a high temperature gas-cooled modular reactor. There it is, that's the South African reactor. South Africans a number of years ago said, look, the big reactors like that on the coast are well and good. There's place for big and there's place for small. But a big 2,000 megawatt reactor needs the sea for cooling or a big lake. South Africa doesn't have much in the way of spare water inland, nor does Egypt. For example, the Egyptian lady has referred to nuclear. Other countries in Africa are in a similar position to us. They don't have the water. So we said years ago now, we need to put smaller nuclear power stations like in the mining areas and so on, so you can supply a high density of power to an immediate mining area. So we said, right, let's design a reactor that doesn't need water, a gas-cooled, what's now called a Generation 4 reactor. That one actually exists today in the sense that the plans are there. That picture that you see is actually a model built from the real plans. We can start building that now. Now, next. There you'll find that what we're fortunate at the moment, we have one of the few ministers in the world that is openly saying that we're going nuclear. The energy minister in South Africa is saying nuclear will play a bigger role in the country. So we have the politics on our side currently that the authorities are supporting what we do. So now, meantime, you see pictures like that of other proposed small modular reactors. Now look at that, that's huge. That one that I showed you that we've got here will fit inside that thing a number of times. Another one, there's another picture of those sort of things. Now you notice in each one of them, the water is in the picture. The previous one had water too. I should have pointed it out to you, but there's the water hiding up in the top right-hand corner. That tells you that those ones need the water. They will not exist in the Free State goldfields here. So there's a vast difference between those and ours. The whole small modular reactor thing today falls into two broad brackets. So one is the water-cooled reactors that need big water, and the others are the gas-cooled reactors where you can put them anywhere you like, and you don't have to worry about the water. Okay, so I just want to remind you, that's now the reactor we've got. And sometimes people say, but it doesn't look space age like the other ones. Gee whiz, it doesn't look so close. If you want us to put a whole glass dome over that and all sorts of fancy things, we can do that. We deliberately made that one look like the type of workhorse power station that you'll find in the gold fields, the diamond fields, the industrial areas, and so on. And I emphasized that exists and it'll work. Now, where did it come from? What happened was, I said to you some 25 plus years ago now, we started designing a reactor which was called a pebble bed modular reactor, PBMR. That is the design of the PBMR. Well, a very elementary picture, of course. We actually started on the construction of the PBMR, and then there was world financial issues that happened. That banks then suddenly went into pull themselves back into their tortoise shell. There were political events in South Africa and whatever, and that project did not then go ahead. It was sitting in the wings on ice at the time. So what happened is that a private group of individuals then said, okay, this is not going anywhere. So they went and formed a private company, which is what I'm involved with now, and went off and designed a variant of the PBMR, working on the same principle, but cheaper and faster to build. There were a few particular modifications that were carried out, and that is the one which we now refer to as the HTMR 100, which is there. Yeah, that's it, you can go on. That's the HTMR 100, which is the derivative of the one before. Simpler and faster. So there are a couple of critical alterations that were performed. Now, something that is of great importance here, particularly for this group, is that we envisage a network of these nuclear reactors across the country. SIRE is particularly interested in things like governance and so on and so forth. And something that is brought up quite regularly is what happens if you give some crazy country nuclear fuel and they start getting naughty with it and do funny things. And that, to my mind, is not much of a worry. For a start, the governance is well established. What you've got to do is make sure people obey it and so on and so forth. But what we have in mind is to have, I'm just going to fantasize now, let's say we have 20 or 30 of these nuclear reactors scattered around Africa, wherever you like. With modern internet connections and all the connections that there are, these can all be linked into, say, one central monitoring room. I'm not going to call it a control room, but there could be one room, let's say in Pretoria for argument's sake, or for anywhere you like, where the temperatures in those reactors can be seen, all of them at the same time. You can see all the pressures, you can see all the criteria. And if something happens in one of them and it starts to go a bit strange, the person in the control room could call and say, by the way, we detect that reactor number 9's temperature has risen by 2 degrees. Please, can you go and examine it and report back to us? It would be political decision-making now as to how much control you want there. You could build into it that a reactor can be shut down from a satellite on a coded instruction that is sent somehow. All of that is now possible. You can monitor the fuel. You can monitor all sorts of things. Obviously, a network like that, what would be of great benefit is that you can coordinate training, maintenance, help, and so on and so forth. If something goes wrong and you want a fast reaction, you want people to fly in with Geiger counters to go and examine something, that can be done if you maintain this network of friendship. Already we have the Southern African Power Pool, for example, which is a very good unit. There's not that much electricity flowing around because South Africa is the big one. But the same principle, either that same organization or a similar one could have all the nuclear reactors linked into it. So there's a governance issue now. How do you link the reactors together so that we can placate people who get worried about who's getting nuclear fuel under what conditions and so on? But a lot of that has been looked into because the nature of the fuel, in the next picture, you'll see that's a fuel ball. It's different to the type of fuel that was used in the past. Something like 3 of those balls, or maybe 6 of those balls, will supply enough electricity to one human being for their entire lifeline. Birth to death, 3 of those balls, maybe 6 if you argue they use a huge amount of electricity by doing something like that. But in that ball is 9 grams of enriched uranium. You can carry it around in your hand like that before it goes into a nuclear reactor. You wouldn't legally allow people to do it, but it's quite safe. When that ball comes out of a nuclear reactor, it's a different ball game, excuse the pun. One of those dropped into this room here is likely to kill the people in this room before you could get out. But we know that, and provision is made for that, and the reactor is designed that the entire lifetime's worth of used fuel can be stored underground in bunkers that are designed into the system now. And that is because you have to just wait until the government of the country decides what to do with the high-level waste. It's something that governments worry about completely unnecessarily. The science people know what they're doing. The science people know how to handle it. South Africa has got one of the oldest nuclear repositories in the world, one of the biggest nuclear repositories in the world. And from a technical point of view, we can not only put our own waste, high-level waste there without any trouble. It already takes all the intermediate and low-level waste. But we could even put other countries' waste there and we charge them rent to bring it. Small countries that don't have the facilities that you can't drive 30 kilometers down a road in small countries where there aren't people. In South Africa, you can drive a couple of 100 kilometers and there's no people. So for us, we've got the space and so on to build these things. So here you see a plan, a ground plan of the reactor I've been showing you. And what it indicates to you is the bit of the reactor that you see sticking out of the ground in the previous pictures is only part of it. The biggest piece of the reactor is underground like that. And what we want is we want to say, let us have Africa looking at Africa and Africa saying, how do we solve African problems? That has been spoken about this morning with a number of people. Well, by all means, look at European countries and say, what have those fellows done? Like, what have they done with cell phones? And we discovered when cell phones were coming about that their systems were completely inadequate because they just didn't have the sizes. So in fact, they ended up adopting our system for cell phones. I was involved at the time. So the cell phone system around Europe now came from Pretoria because we said, no, we've got much bigger distances than you, so you better do it our way. And that's what was done. We need Africans to look at Europe and say, okay, we'll take what they've got, which is a value to us. We will rework it and make something that works for us based on something like a reactor like that. Next. There it shows, the next one shows you that's what the actual reactor itself looks like. You'll see I put in a red line there, which indicates the ground level. All the other stuff there is underneath. And these reactors, by the way, they take those black balls as the fuel. They never, ever, ever have to switch off. It's continuous. As the ball gets used up, there's a mechanism to take it out and you throw new ones in at the top. So there's not even shutting the reactor down for refueling. It just runs 24 hours a day. And the only time you close it down is when some human being does it intentionally. If you decide you want a maintenance thing or something, then you'll have provision for that. You'll have a second one and you'll say, well, in 2 months' time, we plan to switch off for an inspection, a maintenance, or whatever the case might be. The fuel balls, again, technically, I'm separating technical from the law and the protocols, and that SIA can look into all of this if they wish. Technically, you can airlift those balls with a helicopter. Now, we know that South Africa is different to Europe in a number of geographical aspects. Here we have almighty rainstorms that they know nothing about there. Here we have droughts that last 5 years that they know nothing about. We have long, long roads, railway lines. We can have a rainstorm here that washes the road away or the railway line away or whatever the case might be. If you're reliant on coal coming from the coal mine every hour of the day, 24 hours a day on a conveyor belt, and the rain washes the belt away, you're in trouble. Or if the road gets damaged and so on. With this fuel, it doesn't matter. You can stockpile a couple of years, you can stockpile 5 years if you want to. That'll be a political decision. Will you allow somebody to hold that much fuel for economics reasons or any other reasons that you built into the governance system? But if they find themselves running out of fuel, technically you can airlift it, and there's all sorts of ways of moving those balls, and it's not a big problem like moving thousands of tons of coal, for example. So it really is the answer for African countries is to go for gas-cooled, small modular reactors of this type. Ideally, the same reactors, so that we are all in this boat together. So here's a picture just saying, let us now look at taking the wisdom of Africa that Africa's got. And believe me, there's a lot. Us guys in Africa tend to not give ourselves the values we should. I've managed to go around the world a bit and find out that so many of the countries in the world that we thought were so good actually aren't as good as us in many respects and don't understand our problems. We know far more about them. If you switch on television any day, we get exposed to Europe and the United States and so on. When you turn on television there, they don't get exposed to us. So we tend to know much more about their circumstances, their history, their everything than they know about us. So we must look at what they've done. What do they get right? Take what they get right, work it into our own thinking and come up with a solution that works for us. And so we'll do it our way. Egypt now is going into nuclear in a significant way. Good for them. I'm right behind them. They can do a lot more as well. And so are other countries in Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana. A number of those have already indicated they intend to follow a nuclear path because they've also seen the wisdom. Let's look ahead, combine what we've got, and make things happen. Again, I'll show the reactor picture there. Say, this is the type of thing we need to do. Don't be overly impressed by some big thing with glass and shiny, this, that, and the other, which is an architect's concept and hasn't yet been designed. We started designing the first ever commercial small modular reactor in the world. The first. We were up at the front there. And so we actually have this design now, and we are looking for international funders to come in with a private enterprise operation we've got here. We're finding a lot of interest at the moment. And what's happening is a lot of people are looking and say, wow, can you really do that? And then you see them sort of squirm a bit and say, but you know, this is nuclear and you're in Africa. And you can see their mind saying, can we really trust people that come from Africa that believe in nuclear and so on? And that we're finding is the thing at the moment, the psychological hump that we've got to get over to get people to believe that people from Africa can actually design and build nuclear reactors that work better than anybody else. The answer is we can. And last picture. So there's the plant again. Nuclear power is the future of Africa. Also, I emphasize, use coal, use gas, use geothermal like they do in Kenya. Use anything else that makes sense for you. But something like geothermal, you have to have it. You got to have a crack in the ground like they have in Kenya, the Great Rift Valley and so on, where you can get at the heat. It doesn't work for everybody. Coal works for South Africa if you have it, but many people don't have it. I'm not saying be blind to all the realities. Take whatever you've got and make it work, but certainly everybody is going to find themselves turning to nuclear in due course. In a century's time, when the school teachers are teaching history, they're going to say, way back in the beginning of the 2000s, people didn't understand. We can't believe that those guys didn't see the nuclear coming. Now the whole world runs on nuclear. We look back at that old era that they had to pass through. We're now in a position to affect the future. So let's do so with nuclear. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. I don't know if your parents knew you were going to be a scientist to give you the first name of Kelvin. But I think you make a very good point. You know, I didn't think about the fact that if everybody is using the same system, you can get economies of scale and you can get advantages in the way. And I think, you know, if there's ever an inspiration for Africa to unite more than it is, you know, this is yet another possibility. Our next speaker is Martinus van Schalkwyk. He is currently serving as the Director of Disarmament and Non-Proliferation at the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Most recently, he was political coordinator at the SA Permanent Mission to the United States in New York during our last stint as a non-permanent member. He's also worked previously as Director of Social Development in DIRCO, with a particular focus on UN organizations, and he's been in the Foreign Service since 1989. Mr. van Schalkwyk.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Steve, and thanks for the opportunity to join you this afternoon. I've been asked to speak about advancing peaceful application of nuclear technology and then compliance with global nuclear governance frameworks in Africa. And we have, I think, already benefited today from some very helpful presentations in this regard, especially as it relates to the continent. We've heard from our colleagues from Afra and from AFCON, so I'll touch upon those. The role of DIRCO primarily relates to our engagement internationally, where it relates to the International Atomic Energy Agency, weapons of mass destruction, how destruction takes place, peaceful use, as well as non-proliferation. And then we also look at all kinds of other weapons of mass destruction, how to manage the international processes around that, along with also conventional weapons. So to start off, you've already heard this morning that Africa is the largest nuclear weapon free zone in the world, with 52 signatories and 43 states parties. And this is a significant indication of the continent's role and being a leader on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. And whenever we speak about nuclear, I think the important thing is to consider demystifying nuclear and nuclear energy, because it's a complicated subject matter, but when it's simplified, everything gets thrown in together. In terms of nuclear weapons, highly enriched uranium, low enriched uranium, peaceful use, and all of that then just gets presented at this is dangerous. And I think it's very important, as we've seen from the other presentations, the huge role that peaceful use can play. And part of our mandate is to, with other African countries, with other non-nuclear weapon states, to make sure that our guaranteed rights and unalienable rights are affected, and that we are able to exercise them in terms of peaceful use. So when it comes to accessing nuclear technologies for peaceful purposes, there are often questions about Africa's compliance with nuclear frameworks, and it was mentioned a few times. And it's important to note that the inalienable right to peaceful use of nuclear technology is of particular relevance and importance in attaining sustainable and accelerated economic growth in the developing world in general and in Africa in particular. So the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency that's situated in Vienna, plays a leading role in the development and promotion of civil nuclear-derived technologies and applications. through international cooperation and working together with the IAEA and its technical cooperation program, member states, specifically developing country member states, are able to harness the benefits from peaceful uses of nuclear energy. However, it's important that there should be no added preconditions to peaceful uses. And this is something we find when we engage. And this provision is enshrined in Article 4 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, where it states that all states have this inalienable right. And there are no other obligations that states have to fulfill in accessing nuclear energy and technologies for peaceful purposes. And there's a whole system and an architecture in place to ensure. Dr. Kim spoke about the compliance. Compliance is extremely tight. And the safeguard system, which the IAEA employs, makes sure that countries can do very little that won't be noticed or that will be known, which gives assurances in terms of peaceful use and the safe use of nuclear energy. So when it comes to securities, and when this is presented as a precondition, it then becomes an enabler of sorts for peaceful use of energy, of nuclear energy, science and technology, and it feeds into the preconditions that non-nuclear weapon states have to comply with in order to access nuclear-derived technologies. It should be noted that nuclear security is a national responsibility, which should not be used as a conditionality for peaceful use and cooperation. This does not mean that nuclear security is not important, and states are encouraged, and there's a lot of pressure put on states to implement and enforce nuclear security obligations through the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material of the IAEA, as well as the amendment to this convention. So in terms of the transfer of nuclear science and technology to member states to address socio-economic development priorities, the technical cooperation program of the IAEA is the main mechanism through which such transfers can take place. And it's imperative that access to these resources and projects are sustained because these are often the only means for many African countries to get access to nuclear science and technology for socio-economic development. It is possible for states also to enter into bilateral cooperation arrangements, and these are done through the IAEA itself, but many times they are regulated by or through various control regimes. And these are regimes of restricted numbers of countries with certain capabilities, like for instance, the Nuclear Suppliers Group, where this restricted group will then place certain conditions on the access. So utilizing the IAEA in the international system is by far the better way to go in terms of making sure that you are playing on a relatively level field. So after the African Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development and Training related to Nuclear Science and Technology, Afra, which you heard from this morning, under the auspices of the IAEA, is the vital framework that allows us to intensify efforts aimed at creating awareness on the African continent and amongst African countries about the benefits of nuclear science and technology. So it's one of the regional centers that works closely with the IAEA, through which we should be able to, and which we should action to access nuclear energy and nuclear technologies for peaceful use. So Afra also provides an important platform for building skills and capacity across the region, as you've heard today. As part of Afra, the South African academic hospitals, for instance, in Gauteng, Steve Biko, and in the Western Cape, Tygerberg, have assisted with the training of fellows from the region. We've also this morning heard about the role of the Pelindaba Treaty and the work done by the African Commission on Nuclear Energy, AFCON, that ensures that Africa is a non-nuclear weapon-free zone and that the peaceful use of nuclear energy and technologies can take place. And it can take place with an assurance that no African state party is pursuing nuclear weapons or any kind of program that would lead to the production or the development of nuclear weapons. However, there continues to be these echoes in the international community of African states not being safe, African states not technologically proficient, African states not necessarily being able to properly manage nuclear technology and fuel, and so on. So there is therefore this important point. It's important to point out in terms of international guarantees of the inalienable right to these peaceful uses, that the primary instrument whereby this is assured is the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Now, why it's important is that there's a whole architecture around nuclear in the international community. Some relates to nuclear weapons, and within those frameworks, it also deals with non-proliferation, and that's to keep us all safe. So in terms of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, the grand deal, or the grand bargain as it's spoken of, was made to indicate that while we as countries, in South Africa, for instance, that has given up its weapons program, we undertook never to develop these, and also to implement one of the pillars, which would be non-proliferation, where we will ensure that we go about with nuclear material in a safe manner, and we will never encourage or assist in the development or the illegal development of any kind of weapons. But the counter to that argument is, or the counter side to that deal is, that those weapon states that possess weapons will disarm. Now, this is a very old treaty, and throughout it's been very, very successful in terms of the non-proliferation side, but there's been no disarmament. The third leg, which is the stepchild, is peaceful use. So peaceful use was also put there as another, you can almost put it as a carrot to say to countries, but you can utilize nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, and you've got an inalienable right. Nobody can take it away from you as a country. So in order for you to help us keep the world safe, you can use it peacefully. We will help with a system of safeguards. There's a system of non-proliferation, and we on our from our side, as the weapon states, will disarm. Again, that hasn't happened. So, and I think Professor van Wyk will speak later on about what to expect from the review conference that's coming up in August this year. Now, the review conferences take place every 5 years, and she'll explain all of that. But we've reached a stage now where, at least from government side, we are starting to feel that we need to start asking the hard questions. Is this deal actually still working for all of us? Is it worth having this deal? And that pressure is put on us when we try to access nuclear technology for peaceful purposes, that we run into roadblocks, to unsustainable approaches that where, for instance, if you try to access these, that you hear preconditions, not in the formal sense, but as soon as you try to access it through bilateral agreements or through trilateral agreements with the IAEA, then there's resistance. So just to recap on this, it's important in this regard that to show that African states' conformity with the treaty facilitates or should facilitate the safe transfer of nuclear technology. And this should be done through the international cooperation in accordance with Article 1, Article 2, 3, and 4 of the treaty. It should also be in accordance with the treaty's compliance, that undue restrictions are inconsistent with the treaty. And in terms of Article 8, for instance, of the Pelindaba Treaty, it also encourages peaceful use of nuclear, it encourages peaceful nuclear cooperation, particularly at regional and sub-regional level. So you have all these institutional mechanisms in place. And the best part of it is African countries are adhering to them. No African country has ever been found in terms of non-compliance, in terms of these provisions, and that have been inspected. And that's regular inspection that through the safeguard system is put in place to make sure that African countries fulfill their obligations. But yet it's still difficult to access nuclear, the peaceful use of nuclear energy and nuclear technologies. So in this regard, it's important that we always point out the treaty must be implemented in all its aspects. So when we engage on this, we indicate that this should be happen without prejudice. No aspect should be more strictly enforced than the other, and it should be done in balance. So in the run-up of the 10th review conference, which I've mentioned before, we, for instance, have seen now an initiative, and Director General Grossi of the IEA spoke about it this morning, the president designate from Argentina has put a lot of focus on the peaceful use. And the US, United Kingdom, Japan, and Canada has now come up with an initiative which they call the Sustained Dialogue on the Engagement on Peaceful Uses of a Peaceful Uses Initiative. And the sad part about this is that it's necessary to have this, which shows that in decades and decades of implementation of this treaty, there has not been the sustained dialogue, the sustained programs that would enable developing countries to access nuclear technology for their own socio-economic development. And we're not talking about anything here that relates to the dangers of nuclear energy. We're talking about low-level risk and technology that cannot be diverted for any kind of weapons or nefarious activities. So it leaves countries like ours and a number of other countries that push very strongly on the disarmament to question such initiatives. And while we will engage them, and we will try to see whether we cannot encourage that these sustained dialogues would actually translate into something more sustainable, more long-term. I must say, the past experience leaves us a little bit, skeptical about these. But as a diplomat, we always have to try. We always speak to everybody. We always engage, and we always live in hope and trying to improve. So it's important to reflect, and I've got one or two more points, and then we can pass, because I also think it's important that we leave a little bit of time for questions, because there were some interesting questions this morning that I would be happy to maybe just give an opinion on. But we need to point out that while African states have conscientiously implemented their non-proliferation obligations, and none have been found to be in breach of these, the same cannot be said for the manner in which nuclear weapon states and nuclear capable states parties to the NPT have fulfilled their peaceful use obligations. And let's not even speak about nuclear weapon states destruction obligations. But here we are. So I don't have a lot of optimism for the Rio conference. But we always go in with the best intentions and efforts to make it work. I think it'll be useful to also maybe reflect on the conflict in Ukraine. That has actually shown us that nuclear weapons are not these things that are far removed from our lives, even though we sit in Africa and we have the largest nuclear weapons free zone. Today, what happens in the world, one part of the world affects everybody. It relates to supply chains, it relates to food, and all of this is able to take place because there's nuclear weapons. So your question will always be, but Europe, what is Europe doing to end this conflict? And there's very little they can do. You can fight a kind of proxy war, you can support Ukraine, but in the end, Ukrainians are dying and the country is being destroyed, because over and above everything else, there hangs the nuclear threat. And if the nuclear powers engage each other, then it's total disaster. And we don't need to see that, but we also need to make them understand that the rest of the world can't just sit back and be reliant on their good graces and in terms of how responsible they supposedly are with their weapons. Last point. The largest number of highly enriched uranium, 85% of it sits in nuclear weapons today in the world. 15% of highly enriched uranium, what you need, and which is a scarce commodity, it's not easy to attain, is in other places than nuclear weapons. So I'm asking you, who's the most dangerous? Those of us trying to access peaceful use of nuclear energy, or those sitting with 85% of the stuff that can destroy all of us? So I'll leave it at that, and then hopefully we can do some questions later on and give Professor van Wyk also an opportunity to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. It's really great to get a government perspective on this. and also lots to think about. You know, there's nobody said the international system was fair, and I think this is just another example of the imbalances between the developed and the developing world. It's now my pleasure to turn to our last formal speaker for this panel, Professor Johansie van Wyk, who is a professor of international politics in the Department of Political Sciences at UNISA in Pretoria. She's published extensively on apartheid South Africa's nuclear history and the country's nuclear diplomacy since the end of apartheid. She's been a consultant for AFCON and is also a member of the Atoms for Development program at SIA. Prof. van Wyk, here we go.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And once again, thank you for everybody that's participating this afternoon. To some extent, Martinez has made my job much easier by starting off to focus on the specific issues around disarmament, one of the legs of the NPT. So this afternoon, I have the difficult task of talk about the future of the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. I don't know how to translate that. To see into the future, you know, you have to throw the bones to see what the future looks like, and it's not so easy to do that. But to get to some point about what we are talking about is I want to focus on 5 issues at least. And of course, I would be happy to have a discussion like Martinez and Calvin. First of all, the status of the NPT. Secondly, I want to look at the frustrations and unresolved issues surrounding that. I want to talk a little bit about Africa and the future of the NPT. And then I want to talk about complementarity, and I'll elaborate about that. And then, of course, to look what is to be expected from the NPT review conference, and of course, then specifically, what is the shelf life of the NPT. Now, we know that the NPT is recognized as the most widely subscribed multilateral nuclear disarmament treaty. It has a very discriminatory element to it, and Martinez has referred to it, that it distinguishes in terms of the nuclear weapon states and non-nuclear weapon states. But it has become a strong foundation for the international non-proliferation regime. And Martinez has referred to the grand bargain, which many states have bought into, and to some extent that has created a false sense of security. But of course, with recent events in Europe and elsewhere, we've seen that there is a heavy stress test for the treaty, and especially its commitments going in terms of that. The treaty, just to give a brief overview, consists of 11 articles. For our discussion here is the pertinence ones, Article 1, not to transfer nuclear weapons, not to assist in the development thereof. And then, of course, then also the instruction that non-nuclear weapon states will not acquire nuclear weapons, but that states must have states have the inalienable right to develop it for peaceful purposes. And then also the obligation to share nuclear information and technology. And of course, the fact that the parties can have the right to withdraw from the treaty, and then also, of course, the instruction or the obligation to disarm and stop the arms race. Now, that particular article, of course, does not sound like the world we are living today. We have seen in Europe the attack on Ukraine's nuclear installations, and that has set a strange and a new precedent for nuclear non-proliferation for the treaty specifically, because there is also the responsibility to protect nuclear installations in weapons during conflict times. And I can imagine that that will perhaps in future become part of the definition of crimes of aggression, is the attack on a state's, not only its rights, of course, to develop peaceful uses, but also on installations. So I think we are in for some legal innovation in that sense. But we know also that there are perennial frustrations with the treaty. And Martinez have referred to the frustrations in terms of the disarmament obligations. Of course, on paper, some obligations have been given. There has been reductions in nuclear arsenals, but we know simultaneously that those arsenals have become very sophisticated. The kind of delivery systems have changed. And of course, we know that the ideology and the rhetoric that is currently in the air, that it can be a weapon of last resort. And then, of course, the lack of implementation and the tension that exists currently between nuclear weapon states. We know that most of the world's nuclear weapon states, or at least the strongest armed nuclear weapon states, are either directly or indirectly involved in the situation in Ukraine. Then there is, of course, that feeling by non-nuclear weapon states is that they do not fully benefit from the obligation to share technology, the right to transfer, the obligation to transfer nuclear weapons. And I think that we are also at a moment where the NPT will definitely be faced with a moment of nuclear justice. The focus on the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, I think for this conference will definitely have an element of, by lack of a better word, compensation, is that if there can be no credible deal on disarmament, then at least the non-nuclear weapon states may say, but then we want more in terms of the peaceful development of nuclear weapons. That is, I think, perhaps one of the issues that may come on the table as a compromise, as we know that the NPT review conferences have been underwhelming. A lot of commitments made. In some cases, there has not been a consensus document, action plans have not been implemented, etc. Another of the frustrations, and depending on who you read in the literature, is the existence of the test ban treaty, the nuclear weapons ban treaty, the TPNW. I'm going to use the word ban treaty to refer to that entered into force. So there is an argument to be made that because of the ban treaty, there is no longer the need for the NPT. The NPT is a product of its time, entered into force in 1970. And of course, the world has changed subsequently. The NPT has had a good run for the past 50 years. It has provided security to some extent. It has provided at least some form of structure. But of course, when it seems like that the nuclear weapon states have reached a point of absolute stubbornness, then of course the narrative has changed. Norway, one of our project sponsors, have been instrumental in the change of the narrative in terms of the humanitarian initiative. And of course, that has shifted the interest towards the ban treaty. But my argument would be is that despite the overlaps between these two treaties and despite the differences, and of course, there are two camps that do not want to meet one another on these two treaties because they are seen as exclusive. I would like to make the argument that the principle of complementarity should be in the long run make the case for the NPT's existence as an additional layer to nuclear non-proliferation treaty. So some would say is that the opponents to the ban treaty tries to manufacture a false tension between these two treaties. I would like to argue the case that these treaties are complementary to one another, and I'll talk about that later on. The NTP does not set out a specific timeline for disarmament, but that's part of the frustration of it, is that its indefinite extension was also in a way a compromise, that it has also then in a way drawn out the commitments that is required in terms of nuclear weapon states. Now, let me rather look at the Africa and the future of the NPT. So we've heard this morning is that it enjoys universal support in Africa. It has, despite its limitations, provided some advantages to the continent. It is a mirroring of the commitments in the 1960s of the continent as a nuclear weapons free zone, the peaceful uses. So there are a lot of echoes between these two treaties. But we must look at the future of the NPT, not only in the context of the banned treaty on the continent, but also on the NPT. The fact is that for the continent, that there are still shortcomings in terms of the NPT. Martinez has referred to it, the obligation to transfer expertise, I think is one of the sticking points, hence my argument that it could be on the table for August, where if you do not disarm, then in exchange for that, you must heavily invest in those science and technologies for development. We've heard also that on the continent, there has been support for the banned treaty, but the obligation, or at least the ratification, has not been so strong. So it seems like that African countries are still very much enamored with the NPT. And the reasons why the banned treaty perhaps has not enjoyed such universal acceptance is, of course, many reasons. Lack of resources, lack of an understanding, lack of an expertise, the position that it may be a duplication in some instances. And of course, then the public awareness, the continental public awareness, and here I'm speaking about awareness on a political level. But then also, it offers an opportunity for us to promote the principle of complementarity. Now, on the African continent, we have been able to, in a way, use that as not only for Pan-Africanism, but also to promote cooperation, is that it should not be either or, but as a continent, we have some reputation as meeting halfway. So the issue of complementarity can, of course, means different things for different actors. It is a legal concept, which, of course, obfuscates some of the potential and the usefulness that it has. But the main idea behind focusing complementarity, in other words, the NPT and the banned treaty being complementary to one another, that there is a place for both to exist, is that states must accept it jointly. For me, the argument would be, let's add both, let's give both on the continent a place to exist, and not necessarily say the time has come for an end to the NPT. Obligations and responsibility is then also shared. It can be more efficient in terms of its implementation, but we know that because states voluntarily sign up and ratify treaties, they also are then compromised, that they do not necessarily is open to any punitive actions. And this may be one of the questions that the NPT conference in August may want to look. Is it not time to really introduce punitive measures? And it is a very unpopular approach to take, because the international community has been very hesitant to punish the nuclear weapon states. We've seen now with Russia, it has taken a monumental effort to punish, implement punitive efforts, but of course we will not, the impact of that will take some time. So we know that Thailand and South Africa is involved in a working paper on complementarity. A number of African states are. So it seems that the debate has been opened up to some extent. So what undermines it? I've referred to the different interpretations, the different perceptions, the lack of trust in the NPT, the fact that nuclear weapon states come to the party, to Vienna, they walk away, business as usual. And also then the domestic realities of states is that it is simply not number one on their bread and pop list. Nuclear energy, nuclear weapons ban is not an issue of primary concern. So as a practical expression of this complementarity, we've seen the stepping stones approach that has been, so let's get both of these treaties to work with one another. In other words, then also softly cajoling the nuclear weapon states into greater commitments and of course then oversight. But the lack of complementarity will most probably continue because, as with most things, in its benefits as well as in its disadvantages, there are politics and some to be gained. So for the continent, the Kagame reforms, of course, will take some time to fully show the effectiveness of AFCON, to fully cooperate at the PSC level, and then, of course, to speak with a bigger voice at the IAEA and elsewhere. In the absence of Balio Mesahut, I must once again compliment him and thank him for the work that he's done to bring the AFCON to the center of the debate. It's still bureaucratically difficult because of these transformations, but at least on the continent and internationally, the awareness of AFCON, its operations, there is a greater awareness of the agency of the continent. AFCON has presented working papers at conference, and it has elevated the voice of the continent, which I think is something to be looking out for August. Now, moving forward, what is at stake for this conference? Once again, previous speakers have referred to it. The big elephant, or rather the bear in the room, is of course the events in Ukraine. How that will play out, we will, of course, it remains to be seen. The nuclear rhetoric has, of course, upped the temperature in that part of the world. On special alert, as you know, was the term that Putin used to get some readiness. We know of places like Iran, North Korea, Pakistan, and India that remain outside this. But of course, these are times when innovative ways must be found to bring those states into the fray, so to speak. So within the framework or at least the background of what I'm trying to say, 6 matters will determine the future, in my view, of the NPT beyond 2022 and beyond. There must be a stronger emphasis on the universality of the treaty, as well as then the complementarity of the treaty with existing positions on the at the content of the banned treaty. The verification regime must be improved, and this is what Martinez has also been referred to. How do we improve the verification of the treaty? And that will not only mean that nuclear weapon states must really put make their practical commitments, but verification is also costly, and we need resources for that. And also the disarmament pledge, or rather than the humanitarian initiative, that should be absolutely driven, because even though nuclear weapons may not be used, the cost of maintaining them takes away precious funds from human development initiatives. And then another issue is the question of technology transfer. That is one of the obligations and the sharing, of course, in the treaty that needs to be looked at. The compliance, in my view, is another issue that may perhaps is closely related to universality of the treaty. The question of equity and equality within the treaty, of course, adds to the discriminatory nature of the treaty. And here we should try to resolve the hangover of the so-called grand bargain. Article 4 then should be one of the strong emphasis for the continent going to the conference. In other words, the access to the peaceful uses of nuclear energy, access to science and technology training in this area, and then of course the obligation to transfer. And here I want to introduce the concept of R2T, the responsibility to transfer, taking a cue from the responsibility to protect literature. Another issue that we can surely expect on the radar is once again the WDM free zone in the Middle East. You may recall that that has been a sticking point. In fact, it collapsed the previous round. And of course, then to enhance the principle of complementarity. One can also argue that around each of these of the NPT and the banned treaty, a little cottage industry. No, industry has developed with vested interest in each of these treaties. It has created interests, careers, financial rewards also. But I think if the approach can be that both of these treaties can be strengthened or complementary to one another, that is a way to build trust and confidence. Because at the moment, to play these treaties off against one another, in my view, is not the best way to go. Getting to the concluding part of my presentation, and I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit over time. In conclusion, the NPT is undergoing a major stress test. Ukraine is a case in point. Last year, the AUKUS agreement, which you may recall between Australia, the UK, and the US, has created a different power balance in the Indo-Pacific. This new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty START will expire in a few years' time. Russia and the Americans, of course, have had their spats during the Trump years. The doomsday clock is close to midnight. Many aspiring states remain outside the NPT. The nuclear weapon states inside the NPT are stubbornly keeping their own interests on the agenda. And of course, then the fact that they have not signed the ban treaty. And as I've said earlier, is that nuclear weapons arsenals have been reduced, but simultaneously the technology has become more sophisticated. So you can hide a lot of muscle in fewer nuclear bombs, so to speak. I want to conclude with a call and a challenge that was put by President Zelensky in his address to the UN on 5 April. You may recall that he asked very critical questions about the state of the international order. He raised critical questions about the responsibility and the power and the muscle of the United Nations. And he basically said, quote unquote, the UN system must be reformed immediately so that the right of veto is not a right to kill, so that there is fair representation of all the regions of the world. He then moves on to refer to various examples, and he goes back to the grand bargain that is the P5 in the United Nations by saying that the goal set at San Francisco in 1945 has evidently been very ambitious to prevent international conflict, to maintain peace, but the bargain that was struck between the P5 is no longer working for the rest. And he then obviously challenged directly, and he said, look, we will make, and we are willing, in fact, we are volunteering to make Kiev a special office of the United Nations or its alternative. So the NPT is very much a product of its time. In my view, it is a product relevant for our time. And we must be mindful that the NPT stands in the bigger context, which is aligned to the UN, which is aligned to the, or at least dependent on the UN power balance. It remains to be seen what will happen in August. I look forward to that, but to conclude, the NPT has a future, in my view, but it is not a very bright future. On that negative note, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor van Wyk. It's really wonderful to get your insights on the politics and the geopolitics and the mechanics of these important multilateral efforts to try and create a more peaceful world. We are a little bit over time, but this is the last panel. So I do think it's important to take some questions, Isabel. Yeah. Okay, so a number of questions from Rolf Pretorius on the chat, which are mostly to you, Dr. Kim. The modular reactor, how much is it going to cost? How much to plan and build and put it into operation and training? How safe is it? What happens if we have an earthquake? We know what happened with the tidal wave, the tsunami in Japan, in Fukushima. I think that's made people a bit wary of nuclear. Those are the questions at the moment. How much does it cost, and how can we guarantee it's going to be as safe as possible?
Okay, we have to build the first one, which is called the first of a kind. And we've calculated out that that should cost about $470 million to build one here in Pretoria. The production models will be something like about half that, we estimate. But it'll also depend on what country you build it in, because the local country will supply the cement and the labor and so on. So one would cost it out per country. As far as the safety is concerned, it's extremely safe. That was designed in from word go. I should have actually mentioned that, but it's got what's known as passive safety, which means you design it with the laws of physics on your side. So if anything starts to go wrong, the reactor shuts itself down safely. It's been designed such that if the worst of the worst happens, the best thing you can all do is just go home early and sit and have a chat somewhere and decide what to do. Now, I'm not joking. It's been designed such that if the worst happens and the cooling all stops and everything goes wrong, the reactor could rise up to a temperature of about 1,600 over the next 24 hours or so. It'll then sit there for a day or two. Then over the next 3 or 4 days, it'll just cool down to nothing. And it's all been designed to take at least 2,000. So there's no need for continuous water cooling and so on. It'll just look after itself. Already the Koeberg nuclear power station in South Africa is built on essentially rubber blocks that if there's an earthquake, it'll shake. It was built to higher earthquake standards than was Fukushima. In fact, the first one in the world that was built like that, and I even have a gentleman sitting near me now on my right who is one of the people that actually built that system into Koeberg at the time and knows a lot about it, Mr. Francois Millet. And so we're quite confident that the reactor is exceedingly safe.
Great, thank you very much.
Are there others?
Are there more questions from the room? I don't see any different ones online. But just remember, you were going to give me 1% of the $470 million. So we discussed that. We discussed that over lunch. Okay, here's some more questions. Somebody says, I really like your thinking. Out of the box, Steve Jobs put it this way: why join the Navy if you can be a pirate? Said differently, a boermaker plan. But where's the money going to come from? Is it going to come from the World Bank, the IMF, Elon Musk? What sort of strings will be attached to the financing?
Okay, well, as far as we're concerned, the money can come from any one of those options. Just yesterday, we had somebody approached us and said, I'm friends with Elon Musk. Can I go and tell him about this? And we said, please do. We got no problem with that. This is a fantastic investment opportunity for anybody who can actually see the future. And as I indicated earlier, what is happening is that everybody is saying to us, wow, this is fantastic. Yes, the money is there, that we can do it, everything's okay. Then they've got to somehow cross the psychological barrier with their colleagues to say, is that what we would do? If they've got an option of putting money into coal mining or gas or something, they've got to collectively decide that nuclear is the answer, then they've got to collectively decide they want to put it our way. And here in South Africa, we've dug the deepest holes in the world. We've got this incredibly sophisticated underground mining system that goes down just about 4 kilometers. We've got all sorts of amazing technology that the world does not know about. And so believe me, something like building this nuclear reactor is not a technological challenge that is all beyond the capability of the local people. So I understand fully how people sitting in some of the advanced parts of the world can say, but that's from Africa. Maybe we better have a bit of doubts. There should be no doubts. They're welcome to come and see, talk to us about it and so on. So here is an investment opportunity waiting, and the people who climb in first, put some money down, I'm sure they'll get their money back, plus.
Okay. Before you ask your question, I've got some questions for you from Jolene Pretorius. She says, 1, The NPT, to a great extent, came into existence because the US and the USSR, now Russia, agreed about and cooperated to achieve non-proliferation while securing nuclear deterrence could continue between themselves, for example, through nuclear sharing arrangements. With the US-Russia relationship breaking down, can the NPT survive? Secondly, South Africa has not joined the West's narrative with respect to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What is South Africa's position on Russia's nuclear threats and attacks on Ukraine's nuclear installations? So either you, Janzi, or Martinez, you could also tackle that one. And the TPNW will have its first meeting of the parties in June. What is South Africa doing to get more African states to join the ban, if any? Is it important for South Africa that more African states join? And now you can ask your question.
Thank you very much. Before I answer, my question is to Dr. Kim. It relates to the investors for a nuclear power station. Why do we look to government to build that? Is it simply a matter of it's too costly for private industry to do it? Or is there some regulatory aspect that prevent non-government actors to invest in that? And then secondly, you mentioned a figure of 470 million. Where does government get $1 trillion figure? What is the difference? Is it design, or is it something different that makes that huge gap of almost 500 plus million rand between, dollar between this? So I look forward to your
Thanks. I think it was the figure that was bandied about was R1 trillion, which is very different from $1 trillion, but still a heck of a lot of money. So I don't know if you want to try and answer those questions, and then we'll go to Dr. Kim.
I'd rather hear his answer first.
Right. Well, that R1 trillion story of a number of years ago, for a start, the number was incorrect. It was created by anti-nuclear activists. South African scientists and economists calculated 650 billion rand. And that was for 3 big power stations of like 3,000 something megawatts each, built sequentially over a period of 10 to 15 years. For propaganda reasons, it was projected to the newspapers as the amount of trillion. They escalated the 650 to $1 trillion and said it would be spent effectively in one check once to one country, which then looked very scary. So that was not the case at all. But those were the big reactors that you'd put on the coast that use the seawater for cooling. The small modular reactors now are a different ballgame. The 500 million or the 470, which we've calculated out, is to build the prototype. And the prototype always costs about twice as much or so as the production model, which got all the procedural things, and there's a whole lot of extra stuff that gets built into the first one. The other part of the question was about private enterprise. Now, the government could do this. We've had the situation that the energy minister, Mr. Gwedi Mantashe, has indicated that he's going for a 2,500 megawatt nuclear addition to South Africa, in addition to the nuclear already, which will be made up of larger nuclear power stations and the small modular power stations as well. So already that's on the books. But from the government side, they've got to go through all the political circuits of approvals and what have you, and so on. The fact that the current HTMR 100 is privately owned means we can do whatever we want to with private investors. I personally have the feeling that we'd get a lot of support from our government and other governments if we went ahead. But I understand from the government side of things, they have to go through all the processes that they have to go through. But there's absolutely nothing stopping private individuals plain and simply going to a collaboration with us. Here in South Africa, we also have the concept of IPPs, independent power producers. It's well established already that those people producing wind power and solar power go into private relationships with Eskom and government authorities to supply electricity. There's absolutely no reason why you can't do exactly the same thing through nuclear. All the documentation, so to speak, is already in place. If you come along and say we want to do a nuclear power station, we've already had certain companies showing interest in the past. Anglo-American was interested. I've just recently heard Cecil is looking at nuclear as a possibility, because a power station of this size, a small modular reactor, can quite easily be owned by a private company, such as a mining company, such as a Cecil, such as a SEPI, and numbers of others who want about 100 megawatts of power in one place. So it's open to private enterprise as well. Thank you.
Just a quick one. How many megawatts would one of your reactors produce?
A reactor typically is quoted in megawatts of thermal power, which converts then into electrical power of the order of a third. The one we've got at the moment is referred to as the HTML 100, which is 100 megawatts thermal, which is about 35 megawatts of electricity, which is a lot of electricity, enough to run quite a sizable town.
Thank you. Prof?
Thank you. Jolene, thank you very much for your question. Before I answer that, I can really recommend an article written by Jolene, Professor Jolene Pretorius and Tom Sauer on the ban treaty. Jolene, you are welcome to share the details with the rest of our community this afternoon. I'm going to ask Martinez to answer those that are directly related to South Africa, but can I then answer the question on the issue of can the NTP survive given the tensions between Russia and the US? I think it will very much survive simply because those states are not parties to the ban treaty. So they will rather than keep the NPT because it has survived despite the stress that has been in existence between Russia and the US. So I think they will perhaps use that as their fallback because they have signed up to it. They will make a case most probably for, it needs to be extended, etc. But I think the responsibility is not only with the nuclear weapon states to make this treaty or the ban treaty to give it some shelf life is that the member states that have ratified this must make a stronger case. Most states are not victims to this only. I mean, we've had 50 years of really getting our act together and putting up a full force against that. And I think the time has come that non-nuclear weapon states is that they must demand a bigger part of piece of the pie at the conference. In other words, then focus on that elements that obliges states to have a sharing, a transfer of nuclear science and technology. So Jolene, it's not an easy answer or easy question to answer, but I hope, given our limited time, that I have satisfied your query. Over to Martinez. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, Jolene, for the question. I think, it's always a difficult thing to answer questions about Ukraine and the conflict there because there's a lot of misinformation from all sides. So first of all, in terms of Russia and the threat of use, we are totally against the threat of use of nuclear weapons, and it's been one of the pillars of our approach to nuclear disarmament, and a large part of what nuclear weapon state sees as the benefit from nuclear weapons is the threat of use. It's not that they actually will be used, it's threatening use. The United States have used that a number of times in the history where they have achieved foreign policy objectives just threatening to use. And I think Russia is doing the same, and that we are totally opposed again. The other element about the attacks on the nuclear production plants, there's been no attacks on the plants. The only building that was struck was a training facility at one of the nuclear production plants. The other plants, they have taken over the plants, and it's under administration of the Russian forces, and Ukrainian technical staff has remained behind, and they are servicing and ensuring that the plants continue to run properly. But the Russian Federation has been very careful in terms of how they approach the plants. Now, it doesn't mean that it can't be an accident and an odd shell can hit or a missile. But from what we've seen up till now and what has been verified by the IAEA is that there's not been any attacks. Now, there's a lot of propaganda and a lot of been made that the Russian Federation has attacked these plants, but they have not. So if they have attacked the plants, we would have big problems by now. But that hasn't happened. But it's still a major concern. And having a conflict in terms of a country with such a large a peaceful capability, it remains a concern, and it's against international law what we're seeing as it relates to the nuclear facilities, that this should not happen this way. But yeah, there has not been an attack, and we are totally opposed to any threats of use of nuclear weapons. Thanks. Maybe if I can just quickly respond to what Johannes said, and just from our perspective, from government side, the problem with the deal, if we get to the if we get to the review conference, is that if we strike a deal to get more peaceful use, it means we need to change our approach and accept that this destruction will not take place. And I do not think non-nuclear weapon states are ready for that. That's where the crux of the matter lies. So if the nuclear weapon states don't agree to actual destruction, and there has been numerous steps, there's been the 10-point plan, there's been 64 steps. Now we see that Sweden had the initiative on the Stockholm Initiative, which kind of a way is just watering down what has been decided in the past. But if there's no, then I'll find it hard to see that we'll come to an agreement by just offering us more peaceful use. Thanks.
Thanks. I'm just going to take one more question from the chat from Zwinka Kachur, who's in Stellenbosch. In 2018, the South African Energy Forum, sorry, let me start again. In 2018 to 2020, the South African Energy Forum Twitter account has been actively promoting nuclear energy, but while attacking renewable energy representatives as well as anyone who would raise questions about the lack of accountability in nuclear agreements in South Africa. Such social media attacks contribute to a negative perception of nuclear energy. What is the nuclear energy industry doing to prevent such information campaigns in the future?
Well, quite frankly, the nuclear energy industry has not done enough. I'm one of the first people to say that. Certainly the nuclear scientists and nuclear engineers know what they're talking about, and they try to explain whenever they get the opportunity. But there have been lots of attacks from green extremists, anti-nuclear extremists, producing a lot of false information. So as a result, organizations like the South African Energy Foundation, the SAEF, have come out and tried to jump on them, and they have my full support in that respect. There's been a lot of false information projected that we can run the whole country on solar and wind and so on. We can't. Europe cannot do that yet. Germany has shown spectacularly in the last month or so that they can't run their own country like that, and yet they've come here to tell us to do it. So that doesn't work. And as far as nuclear is concerned, we have to go out there, as a number of people have said today, and try and tell the truth. But we're starting in a difficult position. We're not on level ground. We're standing in a hole that's up to about halfway up your chest, and that there's been such anti-nuclear sentiment projected over the years and so much falsehood about radiation and about all sorts of things that people are just scared out of their wits. So what we need now is a proper campaign to go and explain, and some people are trying to do that, but there's very little money that can come to do that. There's lots of money, it would appear, to promote solar and wind coming from all sorts of private enterprise organizations, but none of them want to put any money into nuclear. They seem to want to put it into building new headquarters buildings or something. And so it's been an uphill battle to try and explain the truth to the public.
Thank you. I'm going to close the floor there and hand over to Noima for a summing up and closure. So thank you. Thanks everybody on the panel. Let's give them a big hand again.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I realize it's been a long day. I'm actually very, very gratified. Let me just put my glasses on for a second to see that we still have 33 online participants. That's a record. Normally, these events of ours are sort of virtual events, certainly are no longer than an hour and a half. So it's great that you've stuck it out. And I think the first group of people that I would like to thank is really our in-person audience. It was lovely and great to have you here. It's our first hybrid event at SAIA. And it hasn't been without its technical difficulties, but it's been great actually to have an opportunity to meet face to face. I mean, we've had a really fascinating and interesting day with very, very rich presentations from our various speakers, and it's quite difficult to sum it up. But I think some of the things that stand out for me is sort of three issues right at the start, which is really how young our institutions still are. This in comparison with the age of the NPT. How ambitious our agenda actually is of our regional institutions, and how significant the demand in our region is for the peaceful use of nuclear technology. I think that's an absolutely standout observation for me. Elizabeth's opening remarks really pointed to the very challenging current context, but at the same time, she emphasized that this conference is really about using nuclear technology for good. And Africa can be justifiably proud of the institutions that it has developed to further nuclear governance and the peaceful use of nuclear technology in the region. Mr. Ballumer mentioned in his presentation the very ambitious agenda of AFCO, and that is derived from the Pelindaba Treaty, and its close intersect with the NPT. And he specifically mentioned the critically mutually reinforcing role between the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, and the Pelindaba Treaty. Mr. Carmen Velikov again emphasized that, and we've heard this several times during the course of the day, that the Pelindaba Treaty encompasses the largest nuclear-free zone in the world. That's something that we really should be very proud of. In a SADC context, there are diverse needs from our member states. They represent a mixture of uranium-producing countries. One of these countries having a very established nuclear industry. 10 are aspiring countries, and we have small island states that are interested in very specific niche applications. It's really important to be able to respond to those very diverse needs. And he made the critical point about mapping the road ahead together in a transparent and accountable manner. I think that's very important. That's one of the themes that came out for me during the course of this meeting. Mr. Ali Ada pointed out really the very strong driver behind Afra, which is to look very closely at the intersect between the role of nuclear science with the SDGs, the achievement of the SDGs. And again, he emphasized the enormous needs of the continent, especially in the area of nuclear medicine applications. I think what was really also significant from his presentation was the value of collaborative work among centers of excellence, both in the region, but also internationally. I think my key takeaway from Professor Sora Kara's presentation is really the deep concern around very low enrollment in STEM fields by women. And she mapped out a variety of reasons for that. She emphasized also really the significance and the importance of a dialogue between the nuclear industry and the public. And she gave some really great examples of the Win Africa initiative to break through the barriers and to ensure greater women engagement in the nuclear sector. Mr. Sanchwere again emphasized the importance of bringing young people and professionals into the industry and the importance of educating the public in the benefits of the peaceful use of nuclear technology. Ms. Princess Mutombi, representing the Nuclear for Africa advocacy organization, made a strong stand on the importance of nuclear energy and the promotions of nuclear science and technology in Africa. And then finally, Ms. Pamela Kivali gave us an overview of what's happening in the Kenyan context. And I think what was really very interesting to hear was the growth of particularly master students in several fields in nuclear medicine and medical physics. I think that for me, the key takeaway from Dr. Kelvin Kem's presentation was really, first of all, the observation that South Africa is the largest exporter of nuclear medicine isotopes in the world. And he made a very strong point, or case rather, that Africa needs to look at appropriate nuclear energy solutions that are relevant to our context. Then moving on to the political dimensions that we covered in this workshop, Mr. Martinez van Schalkwyk from DIRCO made a strong point about the fact that African countries have been very consistent in their non-proliferation obligations, but that they still face significant obstacles in the form of preconditions that hamper access to nuclear technology for peaceful use applications. He made also the point that the treaty, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, needs to be implemented without prejudice. And these are about all the parties, in particular nuclear weapon states. Yuansi couched her comments within a framework of clearly stating that the treaty is currently undergoing a stress test. She made a very strong point that the NPT and the Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty should be regarded as complementary. And finally, she also complimented AFCON on elevating the voice of Africa in these important forums. I know I'm not doing justice to your very, very rich presentation, Yuansi. I think the key observation that you made at the end, that the NPT has a future, but not a very bright one, unless we all work harder to make it so, I think is a very sobering takeaway from this event. So lastly, I want to use this opportunity to thank a couple of people. I want to thank the events team who are gathered here for the first time in the room. I think you really had a tough task today. And I'm going to, of course, I'd love to thank our speakers. Thank you very much. Everybody in the room, as well as our online speakers, thank you very much for spending the day with us and sharing your insights. We really do appreciate that. But then I want to make to single out a couple of people in-house. And the first person I don't think is in the virtual room with us today is Jarek Trojanski, who ran this program until fairly recently, until January. Jarek worked incredibly hard to make sure that we got where we had to be with this program. I also want to thank Aditi Lal Bahadur, who was the first SIRE researcher that worked on this program. And then, of course, Isabel, who stepped into the role last year and who's really worked very hard today. I'm seriously impressed, Isabel. Thank you very much. But really, the person that made all this happen is Prof. Johansi van Beek. Johansi, it was crazy putting together the proposal for this project. And the crazy hasn't stopped since, but you have been absolutely fantastic and an amazing support to SIRE. So thank you very much. And then lastly, I'd like to thank Mr. Belomir from Afcon. He's been enormously supportive and engaged in the work that SIRE has been doing in this area. And of course, I would like to thank the supporters of this program. I'd like to really express a very heartfelt thanks to the Norwegian Foreign Ministry. Thank you very much for your support. So thank you to all of you. I hope you'll have a lovely evening and let's meet soon again. Thank you very much.